That didn't happen. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. Let me need a favor. I need your mom. What's up? Little light exercises. All ha 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 ha! Funny! I laughed! Anyway, what's up? You need friend you on Steam for a few minutes? Yeah, sure, what's up? Is something wrong? Are you Illuian Quasi Tank? I don't know, you got a profile picture of two anime girls? Who would have anime girls in their profile picture on Steam? Who would do that? Don't look at my profile picture on Steam. But anyway, who would do that? Okay, what's up? What's wrong? Oh, well, now I'm curious. I think it was from Haru Shizuka? Shizuke? The melancholy one, that one. Yeah. I think so, I could be wrong. Anyway, oh, you got me a Christmas gift! Oh, you sneaky bastard. Fuck you, I'll accept it. Fuck you. That was very, oh, and there's another one. You got me two. Why? Thanks. Huh. From Haru? Knew it. I know my anime, I'm a weeb. Are they on sale or something? Is it Bad Rats? No, it's like, it's a furry hentai 3? That's a weird thing to buy me. It totally wasn't on my playlist. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. It was They were talking about furry hentai. Somebody just gifted it to me. It was so weird. It was Dragon Quest IX and well, it was another Dragon Quest game, right? Oh, and Chrono Trigger. It was Chrono Trigger and Dragon Quest IX. Is what you got me. I think that's 11. Dragon Quest 11 and Chrono Trigger. I can't read. I can't read. How dare you think I can read? Anyway, thank you. I appreciate it. Those are supposed to be games I am supposed to play. Right? Those are like the OG, the OG JRPGs. Sam, you're gonna look through your library 5 years from now and see furry hentai game and desperately wonder what the hell, why the hell you own that? True! Happy anniversary, thank you. I've been subscribed to FF14 for 2 years now, look at that. I'm such a gamer. Or well, I've been playing for 2 years. I guess, I think my subscription is technically next week. Or no, no, that's right, I think. Right? Oh. Right, we did that. Okay. There we go. Anyway. Yeah. It's like 690 days or something? So look at that. I'm so cool. 2 years of Femrose. I can't believe they invented Femrose 2 years ago. Crazy. Yeah, Akira, right? Tomoya? Tomaya, I believe. Yes. That's why they look like they're all gonna yell at me and go Super Saiyan. Toriyama. Yeah. Is that frame rate looking okay? Frame rate looks good to your knowledge. Looks a little choppy. As you were saying, it's super puff puff. Oh yeah, because there's that weird like puff puff thing, right? That they did. They did that in the crossover. The little crossover event that they did. Puff Puff the Magic Dragon? Yeah, something like that. Alright, oh, we also have All Saints, not All Saints Wake. We have the Kimbis. Kimbis. We have Kimbis to do. But we're not gonna start with that. That'll probably be the thing we do in the middle. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Thank you for the well wishes. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Christmas is like second Halloween if you're spooky. True. It's like Halloween part 2. Yeah. It's kind of hard to believe I've been playing this game for like 2 years. And that I'm still playing this game after 2 years. Starlight, thank you. That one. Yeah. I still find it great there's a notable blip in the Femro population when you start erupting Femros. Fuck yeah, baby. I converted many people to the Church of the Femro, which is a very good church to be. I recommend it. Religion is good if it's about buff ladies. Is it a church? Is the church actually just a gym? Maybe. And what of it, punk? Huh? What of it? Why am I walking? How's it snow in your general neck of the woods, by the way? It is snowing currently. Looking pretty white outside. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's some good snow right there. Yeah, we're looking pretty wintry. Like I work tomorrow and I'm kind of hoping we just close our doors. I'm kind of hoping that we don't open. Right? Which would be nice. Because I'm not sure how badly I want to go out and that stuff. Especially because, like, tomorrow it's supposed to be, like, -40 below outside. Like that's crazy. Like a negative 40 below. Bah. Blah, 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 blah. Hello. Okay. Sorry. My camera was looking weird for a second. Very nice, yeah. He's just north of Minneapolis? Yeah. No, it's legit, like, obscenely cold. Like, already. And tomorrow's supposed to be even colder. Like, get frostbite in, like, a couple minutes kind of cold. Like, that kind of cold.
Surmise Leahy, surmise Leahy, surmise Leahy.
Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't fancy dying. I don't fancy dying tomorrow. It's gonna be crazy dangerous. So, I know we'll see. Maybe I'll go to work anyway and die, and then I'll be dead. And I'll be like, oh no. At least she had her 2-year anniversary of FF14. And I'll be like, yep, at least I had that. There we go. Love me an oat. Better with the food delivery people will be risking their lives in the blizzard. Or like the mail people too. Oh. There we go. Thinking tomorrow I have to clean. My housemate gets back from a trip from France / Luxembourg on Friday sometime. Nice. Well, I hope she had a pleasant trip. Welcome back to hell. And Illuian, thank you so much for the 8 months. Did you do that 4 + 4 = 8, which is how many months we've been subscribed for? Let's get a bloggers. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. But yeah, it's kind of scary. We'll see if I go anywhere tomorrow. She got a dual citizenship? Nice. That's really cool. Where? It's all standings. Side stories. There we go. Found him. I believe it's Tales from the Dawn. Actually, or is it Tales from the Twilight? Yeah, this is right, I believe. They say that whole storm is missing my ear, but it's enough for us to get weather alerts for being chilly tonight. Oh yeah, if you want, like, oh, where is it? Excuse me. I was gonna look at the, Actually, I shouldn't show you this weather radar. It might tell you where I live, and I don't want to do that. But we have a blizzard warning. We have a blizzard warning, a winter storm warning, and a wind chill warning. We got 3. So yeah, we have a blizzard warning until Saturday. We have a blizzard warning until Saturday, which is like insane. Are those the same thing? No. Winter storms are different than blizzards. Blizzards are like whiteout conditions. Winter storms are just like snow and ice. Yeah, wind chills as low as 40 below 0 could cause frostbite on exposed skin in as little as 10 minutes. Wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour. And wind chills of 20 to 40 below will be common. Yeah. So, I don't know if I'm gonna go anywhere tomorrow. We'll see. If I don't go anywhere tomorrow, I might stream. That's, like, insane, though. That's crazy cold. And like that's like legit. You go outside. You go outside to like take a brisk walk and you end up with frostbite. That's really bad. It is really bad. And that warning again, that warning's until Saturday. It's all day tomorrow and Friday. Winds will increase Thursday and continue into Friday. Total snow accumulation is 3 to 5 inches, with locally higher amounts possible. Yeah, 3 to 5 inches isn't crazy. It's nothing to sneeze at, but if it's got 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, that's bad. Travel should be restricted to emergencies only. If you must travel, have a winter survival kit with you if you get stranded and stay within your vehicle. Travel should be restricted to emergencies only. I don't think we're gonna open tomorrow. I don't think we're gonna open tomorrow. I don't think we're gonna go. I hope not. That would be ideal. So should I go for a drive in the blizzard? No! Matthew? What makes you think that? Pluck standing through the blizzard going, fuck this. Make sure you're in a real car drive for a ball with borrowed tires for the maximum experience. No, don't encourage him. Don't encourage him. He'll do it. He's dumb. Don't encourage him. Do it just to worry me, actually. Alright, there we go. That's pretty good. That just ensures the car won't be able to move. Ah! Strategy. There we go. I got time for a drive. No! Happy 1 year of playing this stupid game for Weebs Ho. 1 year, you silly little bitch. It's not been 1 year, it's been 2. Also, warn a guy, Sammy. I have to emotionally brace myself every time I show up in Ultima Thule. That's fair. Is the music gonna get annoying as we read this stuff? Should I change to a place without lyrics? That'd probably make for a better reading experience, wouldn't it? We get a new slew of funny compilations, very minor car collisions. Just bumping into each other in parking lots. That'd be funny. Santa flying through the blizzard yelling, "Fuck this!" It's currently 45 Fahrenheit. Yeah. Look, the weather people told me only travel for emergencies, so... Alright. I think I am actually gonna move. You might want to call your work tonight. Nah, I go in late tomorrow because I'm supposed to close, because I always do. I might wait for them to call me. Because I believe they would. Again, I can't imagine we're gonna open. You don't need a, I mean, the return box is right there. They can use that. If they desperately, need to bring a book back. I'm gonna last, that's why I gotta go to the store now. I maybe should have gotten groceries today. I didn't. But I did get groceries last week, so I'm not, like, dead. I have food. Oh, no, they're not like that. They're not like that. Generally speaking, I work for, morally good people. It helps that we're, like... helps that we're... I don't know. There's certain standards we can't talk about it too much because I don't want to tell people where I work. But I'm not terribly worried. You work remotely, Matthew. As long as you trust them not to be dicks. I trust them not to be dicks. I know I could call in. Just be like, I'm not coming today, it's too dangerous. And they'd be like, okay. I know I could do that too. But again, I don't work for like a morally bankrupt organization. Much of a is less unknown who carved the piece. Or to use features that is meant to resemble one things, the model will not be find the depiction particularly flattening. Or flattering. True. Also, that's great news, Rose. I'm happy for you. How is it channeling me? One thing I hate more than cold weather is people who say they love cold weather. See, that is objectively correct. That is the only thing, in fact, worse. I hate it when people say they like cold weather. That's stupid. Who likes fucking cold weather? Good old WTF forecast. What the forecast? I gotcha. Very good. Short. Short. I miss. Could I prefer cold weather? I find it easier to get warmer than cold. You just got me JRPGs, so I suppose. Fucking hate cold weather. Also, I need to change this. We're no longer on DeathCon Angie. We're on I'm so happy. Alright. It is time to do our little readings, because I never read these guys. I like to read the short stories, but we never actually got around to these ones. So we're gonna take our crack here. There's 5. I'm not sure if we'll be able to like get through all of them, because I do want to do Starlight and the Warrior quests. But we're gonna try our best. I'm gonna at least make sure I do the Fordola one and the Yaguri one. Oh, which is the Yaguri one's his first one. Might try to do the Merlib one too. But yeah. Hope you guys are ready. Get your blankies and your popcorn and your hot cocoa. Or actually, do you guys feel cozy now? Fuck, I messed up my position. JK, the campfire's gonna bother me. Alright. Let's see if these short stories make me cry. Birdsong and laughter drifted on the afternoon breeze as the Doman Enclave enjoyed yet another beautiful day. Yaguri was returning from Risai Juka, enjoying a rare pleasure of a leisurely stroll, when children's commotion brought her to a halt. You're wrong. He got them fighting an Imperial general. Nuh-uh, it was a tiger. Caught him off guard and clawed at his head. Another argument over the origin of the scars of Lord Hian's forehead. And every assertion straying further and further from the truth. You're both wrong. He got them in a duel with the Monkey King. Pitched battle with an Auspice was more than imaginative than most rumors she had heard, and closest to the truth besides. Still, it was but another flight of fancy. Yaguri could say this with confidence, for she was there that faithful day when Lord Hian received his most distinguishing marks. When she was a child still living beneath the waves of the Ruby Sea, Yaguri and the other youths of Suno Sato were forbidden from venturing beyond the safety of the village. Nevertheless, time and time again, The adventurous among them would sneak past their elders to behold the wonders of the surface world. They journeyed on to Doma, but what they found was not a proud kingdom of ancient legend. The city proper was a ruin, and black-clad imperial soldiers marched through her streets. The sight of such misery and destruction was more than the children could bear, so they ran over root, under branch, as fast as their legs would carry them. So determined were they to return home that no one noticed when Yuguri fell behind. Soon she was lost and alone in the dense bamboo groves of Yangsha, but not for long. She entered into a clearing where stood a young boy who gripped firmly in his hands a wooden sword ill-suited to his small frame. Steady and rhythmic were his swings, and his sweat-soaked garments led her to wonder how long he had been at his task. Yuguri's fear at her unfamiliar surroundings gave way to curiosity as she mustered the courage to speak. "What are you doing?" His sword did not waver as he carried on swinging and replied, "Training. If I am to fight to protect the ones I love, I must become stronger." "But you're only a child. It's not your place to fight, much less protect anyone." The boy stopped at that, and at last regarded the unexpected spectator. "I am not a child," he declared. "I am Shun Ryujin, a samurai of Doma. A samurai's duty to protect their people, and to do that," he said as he assumed his stance, "I must train." One day the young boy would fulfill his duty and bring freedom to his homeland, and though she did not know it then, Yuguri would be at his side. But today was not that day, and as the skies began to darken, she was reminded of her pressing need to return to her village. With young Shun to guide her, she found her way back to the eastern shore, shortly thereafter Sunosato. Safe at last. But for how long? It was only a matter of time before the Empire plumbed the depths of the Ruby Sea, and the people of Sunosato would have no hope of withstanding Imperial assault. Not unless I am prepared to do my part. The very next day, she returned to the surface to join Shun in the bamboo grove, and tried her best to match his movements with a wooden sword of her own. Every day she would sneak away to train with him, and every day the two grew closer. Shun had found a much-needed friend for whom he could share anything, and through their friendship a measure of childhood that war had denied him. A simple game of ishikari she taught him was enough for Shun to forget his worries of the world, if only for a short while. When Yuguri explained that children of Sunosato played such games all the time, she was struck by awe and envy in his wide eyes. So much had been taken from them, so much I have taken for granted. "You know not what you ask of me, my son, what you ask of Doma. His father ruled in name only, a puppet of the Empire, and knew well the cost of disobedience. You may think it cowardice or heartlessness to accept this treatment, but I do so that my people endure, that they survive." Shun had managed to bite back the anger and kept silent before his father. But there, in the grove with Yuguri, he could no longer contain his rising fury, nor the bitter tears. "I have to help them! I have to!" He looked away, trying in vain to hide his face. "I am a samurai of Doma. I must fulfill my duty." But Yuguri had no words to comfort him, only her company. And so they sat together in silence and watched the clouds drifting overhead. After a time, Shun rose to his feet. "I'm sorry, Yuguri, but I have to return home." She saw how he trembled, fist clenched, and refused to meet her gaze. "Don't lie to me." Yuguri followed him, keeping to the shadows, and as she suspected, he did not return to his family estate, but instead traveled along the one river until he reached its true destination, the Swallow's Compass. Built in tribute to Garen, his forebearer, and legendary hero who united Doma, the once great mausoleum now sat in disrepair, and the Imperials turned all away who would make pilgrimage there. But few knew the mausoleum grounds better than Shun and his family, and Yuguri watched from a distance as the young samurai stole past the guards and disappeared through the hidden passage in the wall. As she crept through the dark, moldy corridors, eyes fixed on Shun, the silence was broken by the grinding of metal on metal. The boy scurried into the shadow of a pillar as Yuguri scrambled to hide behind a nearby gong. No sooner had they concealed themselves than a gargantuan, steel-clad figure emerged from the darkness, a shining jewel signifying its heart, a Kaiofusa. The soulless sentry Shun knew well was charged with safeguarding the tomb's treasures from would-be robbers. He also knew it did not distinguish between friend or foe, and so he held his breath, hoping to remain undiscovered. Eventually, the Kaiofusa receded back into the dark of the mausoleum, prompting Shun to make his move. Yuguri leapt from her hiding place to pursue him, but in her haste, set the gong in motion. And before she had made it even 5 steps, a thunderous clang filled the air. The ringing of the gong was answered by the rattling of steel as the Kaiofusa made its return, intent on dispatching the intruder. The Guardian was upon her in an instant, its monstrous blade held high. You fool. As it came crashing down, she fell to the ground and shut her eyes to brace for the end. Yuguri winced at the sharp screech of the sword, locking with sword. When she opened her eyes, she saw Shun standing over her, struggling to keep the sentry at bay. Get back, quickly! Though she was very nearly frozen with terror, Yuguri managed to crawl to safety as Shun parried the Kaiofusa's strike, driving its blade to the side. The construct would not be deterred, however, and dealt a rising stroke that sent Shun tumbling backwards. He managed to deflect the blow at the last moment, and though bruised, believed himself otherwise unharmed, till he felt the warmth flowing from his brow. Kami, give me strength, he muttered. The Guardian would overpower him ere long, but there was a certain regularity, a predictable pattern to its movements. Shun grinned. There was hope yet, provided he could force it to miss a second time. The steel behemoth swung its sword in a wide arc once more, and though the boy thought himself prepared, with his deceptive speed, the sentry nearly took his head again. But Shun would not let another cut slow him. The Kaiofusa shifted, as before, to recover from the momentum of its own attack, and seizing the opportunity, he stepped as close as he dared, and with all his strength dove his blade into its crystalline heart. A hard-won victory, to be sure, but one he dared not waste time savoring, for it was but one of the mausoleum's many protectors. We have to get out of here, now! Shun whispered as he helped Yuguri up, and together they retracted their steps quickly and quietly, never stopping until fresh air once more filled their lungs. Whatever Shun had hoped to achieve was forgotten now, a crisscross of fresh scars, the only reward for his efforts. I owe you my life, Yuguri began, but their response was short-lived. They were soon spotted by an Imperial guard making his rounds. Younglings? Here? The guard cocked his head, then smiled, though there was no kindness in his eyes. Well, I hope it was worth it, he said as he reached for the sword at his hip. Please, Shun pleaded. She's only here because of me. Spare her, I beg you. The boy got down on his hands and knees and pressed his bloody forehead against the dirt. Noble for one so young, I'll grant you that. Still. Yuguri was frozen with fear as the guard drew his blade. Did we escape one death only to meet with another? My, what a piteous scene. The trio turned and saw Gosetsu, honored general, renowned samurai, and faithful retainer to House Regent, standing some distance away. Lord Gaian will be inconsolable when he learns of his son's execution. The guard looked again to the children, squinting at Shun in particular. The blade in his hands was shaking. I have my orders. Anyone caught trespassing the mausoleum is to be executed. He tightened his grip. No exceptions. A man of duty, I see. But how, pray tell, do you intend to explain that mere children were able to sneak past you undetected? I shudder to think what punishment the Viceroy might impose for such negligence. Yuguri saw the blood Yuguri saw the blood drain from the soldier's face. Slowly he lowered his sword and sheathed it. Away with you then. Let no one else see you, he said before resuming his patrol. Such recklessness does not become Doma's heir, Master Regent. What if I had not come quickly enough to dissuade the guard? Rising from the ground, Shun could not bring himself to look Gosetsu in the eye. Our people need help. I thought if I could find the Monkey King, he... Khitan Daishen would indeed prove a formidable ally, if the tales of his prowess are true. Let us suppose your plan had succeeded, and with his aid you saved those from being forced to rebuild the castle. What then? Shun opened his mouth to speak, but they both knew he had no answer. I too wish to see our people spared from imperial cruelty, but a far crueler fate awaits deserters upon recapture. Will you subject them to that risk? Have they even the resolve to bear it? Shun was trembling now, and the towering samurai knelt and spoke to him gently. Forgive me, Master Regent. I mean only to remind you of your father's lesson. That you must understand what you ask of your people, what you ask of Doma. Yuguri saw Shun grappling with the truth and the grizzled samurai's words. He asks too much of himself, too, she said. Yuguri went on to recount Shun's gambit that allowed them to escape the mausoleum relatively unharmed. Bravery well beyond your years, Lord Kayan would be proud of you, and happy to see you delivered home, my lord. In time, Doma Castle was rebuilt, and the conscripts were allowed to return to their villages. But the bamboo grove where two children had once played would be abandoned, where Shun was preparing to train under Gosetsu's watchful eye. And we must say our goodbyes. My father was right. For now we must endure. We are not ready to oppose the Empire, myself most of all. To Yuguri's surprise, he allowed himself a wry smile. Someday, I will make Doma a land like Suno Sato, where children laugh and no one lives in fear. I swear it. Though there was no telling when that day might come, Yuguri would help but share in his hope. And I will be there when you do. I will hold you to that. The sound of skittering rocks roused Yuguri from the memories. The children had ceased their bickering and were engaged in a game of ishikari. For they live not in fear, for they are free. Have you room for one more? Many ways, he was still a child at heart. Yuguri looked on with a smile as Lord Heian added his voice to the chorus of laughter. A child at heart, and a man of your word. Damn. I can't believe short story Heian is the better character than in-game Heian. Sorry, I have to dig at him at least once. Damn. That's cute, though. That's a really cute story. I like that. I like that a lot. It espouses, like, Yuguri and Heian's relationship, too, which is pretty good. Also, it, like, throws Gosetsu in there for the fan service. If you know what I mean. Yeah, we have to have our big, beefy Bara samurai in there somewhere. Very good. I like it a lot. I also kind of like Yuguri narrating it a little bit. It's fun. I still don't know how she got her, like, ninja training and all that shit, but, like, that's fine. If your short story Heian will be allowed to play it sometime, I wouldn't hold your breath on that, but it's good. I like it. The role quest did kind of help improve my opinion of Heian, too. I kind of just wish, like, I honestly just wish the Stormblood patch quests were better. That's really how it boils down. I feel like Heian and Stormblood proper was okay, right? It was fine. But 4.2 and 4.3 were terrible. Yuguri got her ninja training from the YouTube tutorials? Shit. Damn, you right. makes perfect sense. If they just let him have a bit more growth. Yeah. I don't know. It would be nice, but alas. Can't expect too much, I guess. Also, I hope my pronunciations were okay. I tried my best. But region, right? Region? I think it's region. And Yosafuya? I'm trying. All right. That was Burden of Duty, and this is her father's daughter. Which this is the Merlib one, I believe. With the peace negotiations at Ogaramo a resounding success, the long and bitter conflict between kobolds and the people of Limsolaminsa at last drew to a close. It was a joyous occasion that marked what many had hoped would be the beginning of a new age of harmony and cooperation. Her duties done for the day, Admiral Merwib Blufisfin retired to the command room, and, as was her custom, began polishing the 2 muskets that were her constant companions. No sooner had she started than she found herself adrift in bittersweet memories. In 1562 of the 6th Astral Era, Luminsid merchant vessels were regularly raided by the savage Sahaugen, who coveted the crystals housed within. Crystals were the foundation upon which a nation's metalworking industry flourished, and should the supply be interrupted, the furnaces would grow dim and the smithies forced to set their hammers aside. Fortunately, one man had a mind to set the situation right. Belovis Blufisfin, a former captain of the League of Lost Bastards and one of the most dangerous pirates in the realm. While he had yielded his command to his daughter, Merwib, some years ago, he still wielded much influence among his fleet. When he announced a campaign to eliminate the Sahaugen threat, all answered the call, and his daughter was no exception. And so it was Merwib that would plot a course for the Rontano Sea in hopes of doing her father proud. A chance came one day when her vessel, the Lively, received a distress call via link pearl from a nearby trader. The Orion was under attack by a Sahaugen raiding party and requested immediate aid. Knowing that time was of the essence, and believing the situation to be within her power to resolve, Merlwib chose to not alert her father and request reinforcements, and elected instead to hurry to the Orion's aid on her own. The Sahaugen enjoyed a natural advantage in the battles at sea, but owing to Merlwib's masterful tactics and unerring aim of her first mate and gunner, Lawrence, the Lively was more than a match for their foes. In no time, the Sahaugen threat was quashed. All that remained was to escort the Orion to port, and her duty would be done. Unfortunately, it was not to be. A lone Sahaugen straggler, scarcely breathing after one of the Lawrence bullets had torn through its gut, marshaled what remained of his physical strength and spirit and offered a fervent prayer. By the power of the crystal housed within the Orion's hold, his desperate plea was given form, and the Lord of the Whirl emerged from the depths. Gazing upon the colossal form of Leviathan, far larger than any sea serpent Merlwib knew, the battle was lost. The first thrash of the primal's tail snapped the Lively's keel like a twig, and it would be but a matter of moments until the once proud vessel capsized. Amidst the churning waters, Merlwib led the fortunate members of the crew who had not been cast overboard in the still afloat Orion, where they lay battered and beaten, all but resigned to their fate. Their captain's eye, however, caught sight of a glimmer of hope in the form of several ships heading their way. Father's flotilla. Taking aim at the primal's massive tail, Lawrence breathed a sigh of relief. Merlwib, too, was joyed that though she cursed her naivety. The title you may hold, but he is still the true captain. You have much to learn. The battle raged on, the primal and its beastmen thralls claiming countless victims. But in the end, Blofus and his fleet managed to drive their foe back beneath the depths. It was this day the Lamincians first grasped the sheer power of Leviathan, a deity that could single-handedly sink Limsa's mightiest pirate fleet, and in defeat, live to fight another day. Less than a week after the battle, with nary a word, Blufus sailed off onto the horizon with a patchwork crew of bandits from several ships. The bastards that remained clearly acknowledged Merlib's authority as captain. There was no danger of mutiny, but a sense of confusion and unease at her father's unexplained departure permeated their ranks. In the months that followed, the Sahaugan attacks on trade vessels grew more frequent and intense. More troubling, however, were the rumors the survivors brought back to port, that the beastmen fought not alone, but with the Lamincian vessels at their side. These pirates named themselves the Serpent Reavers, and were said to be commanded by none other than the legendary Blofus Blufusfin himself. The revelation that their own beloved hero now sailed with their hated foes cast a pall over the city and its people, who began to dread what grim tidings would come next. Under the cover of a moonless night, a single vessel departed from the docks unseen. On its deck stood Merlwib, with a hand-picked group of her most trusted sailors, her grave face unflinching as the chill winds bore down upon them. Word of Blufus's unholy alliance had seen the bastards fall out of favor with the other pirate bands, for many to regard them with distrust and suspicion. Merlwib most of all. They would assume the worst. Yet despite her precautions, she was soon joined by an unwelcome visitor. Hearing footsteps, she turned to find a veritable mountain of a man standing before her. Though the iron mask obscured his face, it nevertheless spoke to his identity as none other than Mistbeard, notorious pirate and her father's greatest rival. Come to deliver justice to the turncoat's daughter, I'll wager. You mean to bring him back, do you? Though muffled somewhat by the mask, she sensed a measure of sympathy in the booming voice. No, I mean to kill him. For a long moment, the gargantuan pirate regarded her in silence. And there I was thinking I'd have to knock some sense into you, he said at last. Here, take these. He brought forth 2 muskets and held them out to Merlin. Your guns? Yours, now, if you will have them. I'd be a fool to refuse, but why? The sun is all but set on the age of us old buccaneers. Blufus knew this, and as well as I. That's why you lead the bastards now. If you've a mind to do your duty, let me help you see it done. Merlin had no idea if there was any love lost between Mistbeard and her foe. Merlin had no idea if there was any love lost between Mistbeard and her father. Nevertheless, holding the twin muskets close to her chest as the ship struck out of the black of the waters, she could not help but to feel heartened by his words. Just before the first rays of dawn broke across the horizon, Merlib's ship came ashore on a small island that the Serpent Reavers were said to have claimed as their hideout. And indeed, after she had disembarked with a party of axemen and ventured ways inland, they were set upon by a motley band of pirates and Sahaugan sentries. The rumors are all true, then. With muskets firmly in hand and a heart of steel, she shot and killed one after another. Among her adversaries were former companions and childhood friends, though their wild-eyed expressions rendered them nearly unrecognizable. Alas, she fought bravely. Her foe was legion, and one by one her axemen were wounded, or worse. But this is how it ends. Merlin had all but resigned herself to her fate when a shot rang out, and a Sahaugan a few feet ahead of her crumpled to the ground. She whirled and came face to face with Lawrence, her trusted first mate, from whom he had gone to great lengths to conceal her departure. And failed, clearly. What in the 7 hells are you doing here? I'd be a sorry first mate if I let his captain get killed herself while on a suicide mission, no? Lawrence fired back with a grin. Merlin scoffed. If you'd taken any longer, that's exactly what would have happened. What can I say? Lawrence shrugged. You were gone by the time I climbed out of the hold, and you didn't have the courtesy to leave a map. The captain and her mate carried on with their spirited banter as they engaged the reavers in perfect harmony. Merlib taking deadly aim with her muskets as Lawrence supported her from a distance. They made short work of their foe and gave her allies a chance to regroup. And when the dust had settled, she sent them back to the ship with the injured. Together with Lawrence, Merlib forged ahead towards the center of the island, where they came upon the entrance to a cave. It was deep within the caverns that they finally found Bluefus, or at least, what remained of him. The once imposing figure had wasted away. His pale skin clung to his emaciated frame, and his flowing locks and beard were feckled with white and gray. His slack jaw hung open, and spittle pooled on the earth below. Merlwip and Lawrence could only stare in horror as Bluefus began to speak, his voice a muffled gurgle. My daughter, Lawrence, have ye come to join us? Lawrence glanced at Merlib, who stood in silence, before answering in her stead. What in the name of the Navigator happened to you, Captain? It is impossible for mere mortals to stand against the power of a god, Bluefus intoned as if a trance. Swear allegiance to Lord Leviathan, and we may live free beneath the waves. Had it been years later, when the nature of primals were better understood, they would not have known that their former captain had been tempered, regarded him not with scorn, but pity. But on that cold morning, in that darkened cave, all Merlib knew was that her people would condemn her father as a demented traitor. Still, part of her believed that her father's words were no longer his own. Impossible is a word coined by the weak. You taught me that, and you know bloody well that freedom isn't gifted by a god, but claimed by your own hand. Bluefus shook his head and sighed. My poor wayward daughter, I thought I raised ye better than this. In her heart of hearts, Merlib had known from the start how it would have to end. She had come not to reason with her father, but to hand down his sentence, and treason was a crime punishable by death. There are none but us on this island now, she sighed, her tone measured and firm. I hereby challenge you to a duel to the death. Should even a shred of a pirate's honor remain in you, you will accept. The sickly, mocking grin slowly faded as Bluefus rose to his feet and met her gaze. Though he said nothing, his answer was clear. Lawrence would serve as the sole witness, and there would be no seconds for either party. Sorry excuse for a duel, but it will suffice. Father and daughter came together, and then, exchanging no words, turned their backs on one another. Their footsteps echoed hollowly as they walked farther and farther apart, malms away now.
Little son!
Hello, waving hand, Sami.
She recalled the day she'd lost him, doomed him to his fate with her arrogance and recklessness. They came to a halt at opposite ends of the cavern and awaited a sign. Lawrence extended his right hand, slowly opening a clenched fist. The gold caught the glint of the light as it began to tumble through the air. Orphaned while still a babe, Lawrence had known no family but the bastards. No father but Bluefus. It'll be my bullet, my burden. Even so, I'm sorry to make you a part of this. The clink of the coin striking the ground resounded throughout the cave, and in an instant, father and daughter spun to say farewell. Merlwib's bullet flew straight and true and buried itself into her father's left breast. Musket still dangling from his hand, Bluefus fell to his knees. Merlwyn, Lawrence, I'm sorry I had put you through this. He managed between ragged breaths. Promise me, you'll do me proud. The smile in his last moments was that of a father Merlwyn knew and loved. Lawrence stared down at the monstrous body of his former captain. This ain't over. That goddamn primal is still out there, and a ragtag band ain't equipped to finish the job. Clenching at his fist, Lawrence continued. So I'll go on a voyage. I'll find myself a few good men, more than a few, and we'll see if we can't build ourselves up into a force to be reckoned with. The least I could do to redeem his memory. Lawrence said no more, simply looked Merlwyn in the eye, but the question was clear. You've your plans, but what have I? The barrels of her twin muskets polished to a fine sheen, Merlwyn put them aside and strode to the window to gaze upon the sea. This was not the first time the memories of that fateful day came unbidden, and it would not be the last. And each time she gave thanks to two men that had seen her through the most terrible of trials. One she had since set aside his masks and served his day as one of her closest advisors. The other, alas, disappeared, and in the following days of the calamity. Yet deep down, Merlwyn knew that he was out there somewhere, waiting to make his return when dire storms again threatened the seas. After all, if I am my father's daughter, then all but blood he is my father's son. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, that's a good one. Damn. Oh, man. Shit. That's a good story. I like that a lot. That's very good. Also, hi, Miss Inkwitch. I love your username, and I love the Joe Cat emotes. I love Joe Cat. He's great. Hello, how are you? How's it going? Hell yeah. And, Merlin, thank you so much for the 2 months. I super duper appreciate it. Did you do that 1 + 1 = 2? Just having months to subscribe for that's bloggers. Good cat boy. Love me a good cat boy. I love a good cat boy. You know, ear wiggles. They just kind of do it for me. But yeah, no, he's great. Love him. Thanks to the Melee Roll Quest, we now know what Lawrence went on to do. That's true, we know what Lawrence actually went on to do. And Lawrence makes a lot more sense with the inclusion of this story. Absolutely. Like, he as a character makes a lot more sense. Hi, Raziel. Hi, will you play Dragon Age Inquisition again? I might. I'm kind of currently trying to get through Persona, but I might return to Dragon Age. I haven't done Trespasser yet. I am kind of letting it simmer right now. God. What a good short story. That one was really good. That was written very well. Like, it's funny because we don't think about this, but like, think about Merlwyn's position. When Leviathan tempered her father, she didn't even know what tempering was. She didn't know that was a thing. He just like went crazy and betrayed everybody, right? She knew something was wrong, but she didn't know what it was. Only until actually later did she learn that, oh, it was this magical thing called tempering. But alas, he had to be killed. And then only until later did Merlwyn eventually find out there's a cure for tempering. But it's too late. Her father's dead. It's far too late. Like, how'd that make her feel? Like, you know, she's of course happy for Alizé and the Scions and everybody that they found this cure for Temporary, but she's kind of sitting there silently just like, I didn't have to kill my dad. I could have saved him. Like, what a existence that is. Damn. You know, like... And she doesn't have any time to dwell on it, you know? She just has to eyes forward. Also, like, she killed her own dad. That gets talked about a fair bit, but, like, she had to kill her own dad, dude. And she didn't even hesitate. Like, that's my favorite part in this description. He, like, Bluevis didn't even get a shot off, but he didn't want to shoot his own daughter, right? Still, like... Just pew. Like, just one shot right into his heart, shot through the heart, which is poetic in its own sense. But she, I mean, she did not give him a chance. No hesitation. Like, fuck. Good lord. Also, great performance. I love your reading voice. Thank you. I try my best. I like to think I've gotten pretty okay at reading stuff in my time of reading video game dialogue boxes. Will you continue FF13? Yes, I will. I haven't this week because of Persona, right? Also, I'm busy. The plan is probably, when I have time next week, I'll probably pick up 13 in Persona. It's probably the plan. As it stands. But this week is my anniversary for FF14, so I'm going to play FF14. She had to kill him. It wasn't even like they had a bad relationship. No, they had a good relationship. It's like not even cathartic, right? Like, if you have a shitty dad, maybe it's cathartic to like, right? But if you don't, like, if you don't, then what's the point, you know? I don't know. So, set with the sun is the Fredola one. Well, we're gonna save that one for last, baby. Let's do True of Heart because we hate Gridania, so let's get that one over with. Well, we'll save Fredola for last, my beautiful, beautiful lady. All right. In the year 1572 of the Sixth Astral Era, the city-state of Gridania was beset by a myriad of crises. From without, Alamegan refugees flooded into the Black Shroud, fearing invasion and subjugation at the hands of the Garlean Empire. Within the Twelveswood, the Ixals stole past, whaler sentries to fell sacred trees, and in turn offered the hewn trunks as offerings to Garuda. In the midst of this turmoil, that the Archons of Sharlayan came bearing a monumental request. They beseeched the city-states of Eorzea to look beyond their borders and join with their neighbors in common cause once more to revive the Eorzean alliance. This bold request could not be given full consideration until many questions had first been answered. And so the Seedseer Council was called to order. Made up of gifted heroes who could hearken to the voices of the elementals, the council governed Gridania in accordance with the will of man and elemental alike. However, the spirits of the forest did not speak as the people did, for their thoughts were borne on waves of aether. Any effort to translate them into words at best was an interpretation of their intent. Thus the heroes were forced to infer and embellish, not out of desire to mislead or manipulate, but out of necessity. Nevertheless, this process invited interpretations of interpretations, which all too often led to disagreement and discord. They have Discord in the Twelveswood? Damn. Discord kitten? Okay. Are the elementals all just Discord mods? And this And the hearers are their Discord kittens. I'm so sorry. Shit. Anyway. Okay, okay. Back to reading, Sammy, come on, come on. All right. Matters of great import would become mired in debate, which would subsequently be settled with a vote. Such were the circumstances in the best of times. Now, however, the chaotic fluctuations of the ethereal currents confounded the most seasoned of hearers. The air was thick with urgency, but they could not discern any meaning in the morass of the emotion. All eyes in the lotus stand looked to their elder for clarity, the elder Seedseer, Kan-E Senna. Displaying a singular talent for magic even by Hyeran standards, the elder Seedseer ever commanded the attention of others. This was in no small part due to the horns which grew from her head and marked her as Pajal, a Hyera blessed by and possessed of an uncanny ability to communicate with the forest. Her natural gifts and unyielding determination ensured that before she had seen her 12th summer, Connie Senna would be chosen as elder Seedseer by the Great One, that she might lead the Seedseer Council. Although much of her life since had been spent in quiet solitude, she attended every council meeting and served as a mending voice whenever arguments grew heated. She heard the elementals more keenly than any, and could divine their intentions when no one else could. And so, on this monumentous occasion, the future of a nation and its people would be dictated by her words. The elementals must needs have a voice, and it falls to me to provide it. Connie opened herself to the aether of the Twelves Wood, and at once she felt the elementals' clamor, their dread, their terror, threatening to engulf her. Holding fast, she concentrated and tried to make sense of their confusion. Yet no sooner would a single image begin to form within her mind than it would be swept away with a surge of intense emotion. For the first time in her life, the thoughts of the elementals were too entangled for even Connie to unravel. She dared not share this with the council. The elder Seedseer was the caretaker of Gridania. The people's faith was in her was shaken, then all could fall to ruin. But by the same token, she could not misrepresent the elementals, if only to beg a brief reprieve. Doing so would be a betrayal of her station and her gift, and would surely invoke the ire of the forest's guardians. Connie stood mute before the council. I know not what to do. Before she could find her bearings, the spirits cried out once more. The aether surged and crashed against her, and when it had receded, all that remained was the quiet murmuring of the troubled hearers. The forest has fallen silent. Though none could know her mind, the elder Seedseer's expression made it plain that something had gone terribly wrong. The hearers erupted into discussion, talking over the others, speculating what the elementals were saying, even as Connie was deaf to them. With only the faintest hint of a tremor in her voice, she called an abrupt end to the meeting. Connie had been denied. Striving to push the panic from her mind, she began searching for accounts of similar incidents. She scoured the records of past council meetings, studied the chronicles of historians, and made discreet inquiries into the tales of traveling bards and wandering minstrels. Each time she came upon a story bearing even a passing resemblance to hers, she took great pains to reenact the hero's triumph. Ceremonies to appease forgotten gods, esoteric prayers and rituals, obscure meditations of dubious intent. She attempted every method, for the elder Seedseer would spare no effort. Nevertheless, the elementals remained silent. At the end of her tether, she turned to the instructional text led by novice conjurers. Compounding her frustration, Connie realized that she had yet to internalize some of these most basic lessons, for she had struggled to find time for her studies in the years following her appointment. She resolved to address her deficiencies and learn all that she could about the elementals, and buried herself in the histories of the Fifth Astral Era, which told of a Twelveswood before the rise of Gelmora. Yet while the breadth of Connie's knowledge grew by leaps and bounds, the answer she desperately desired eluded her still. I cannot lead if I cannot fulfill my most important duty. Absent from the judgment of the elementals, all Gridanian affairs would grind to a halt, and so bereft of their options, Connie called upon an old friend and mentor, Apatat Rapa. The former elder seedseer, who was said to be nigh on 3 centuries old, had been spurred by alien health to retire to the mountains, where he might live out his remaining days unburdened by leadership and its never-ending demands. When his successor came to his doorstep with furrowed brows, however, he beckoned her into his home with a warm smile. It had been 10 years since last they had met, and Connie had taken up the mantle of a Patat. Some within the Seedseer Council regarded the young Pajal with skepticism, and did not scruple to let their opinions be known. Even in the face of the Great One's blessing, it was Apatet's endorsement that had put their minds at ease. For if this elder Seedseer himself vouched for her, what cause had they to gainsay him? Perhaps they should not have been so quick to withdraw their objections. So great was her shame that despite having to confide in her mentor, she could not share the most disgraceful detail that the elementals had abandoned her. Apatat sat there and nodded as she related the story, observing how a decade of service had deepened the wrinkles on her otherwise youthful face. Connie had anticipated many reactions to her tale. The kindly chuckle was not among them. How ironic that you cannot hear the elementals, considering how alike you are at the present. He said. The young Pajal stood speechless, as she had not so long ago before the Seedseer Council. Fortunately, unlike the elementals, Apatat could clarify his intent. You speak of troubles, yet you give no voice to those darkest within. As long as you keep your own counsel, I can offer you no words of comfort. Before Connie could muster a reply, a shrill cry came from outside the window, cut through the silence. Elder Seedseer, come quickly! Kapow! We need your help! The distressed mogul said, motioning Connie to follow. With an abrupt farewell, she left Apatat's home and ran after the mogul until they reached a small clearing which lay in Ashen Alrune. Connie's younger brother, tending to him was their sister, Rhea O, whose grave expression spoke volumes. Connie joined her at Alrune's side and called his name, only to hear a reply in a strange tongue, before being overcome with convulsions and voiding the contents of his stomach onto the verdant grass. This is my doing. Unable to depend on the elder Seedseer, the elementals were attempting to speak through Alrune. The sudden tumult of aether was too much to bear, and it burned through his body like a fever. He would not survive much longer. Alrune is in such pain, sister, do something! Rhea O cried. As Connie raised her hands and began to work her magic, she was struck by an epiphany. Ask, and they will answer. Simple thing to ask for help. The longest time she could not. My duty, my responsibility, my burden alone. But it needn't be so. Connie took Alrune into her arms and carried her to the guardian tree. Within its eldest tree of the Twelveswood did the Great One reside. O Great One, I come before you with a confession. She began when she listened for a response. She heard not. Connie and Rhea O rested their brother against the ancient tree trunk, but his suffering did not abate. Speak and be heard. Connie looked up at the almighty bows and laid bare the truth of her heart. I could no longer hear the elementals, she said. Hearing this, Rhea O's eyes went wide with shock. But my true failing was that I kept this fact hidden, that I refused to share my plight with those who took me for guidance, and with my mentor who has put his faith in me, that I said nothing to my own family, whom I treasure most. I was deaf to the elementals' calls for succor, yet I said not. You, who I am duty-bound to heed, I neglected in your hour of need. Thus did you reach out to Alrune instead of me. So deep was your despair. There was no wind, yet the branches of the tree began to sway and shake. Though it shames me, I confess this truth. I beseech you to place your trust in me once more. Trust in me, and I shall make your voices heard, that together we can shape the future of the Twelveswood. As Connie finished her plea to the Great One, Avron's ragged breathing calmed. Slowly he began to mouth words, as if taking great pains to choose each one. In this way did Connie address the elementals. Avron speak their response. Rhea O listen. The three siblings worked in concert together to give form to the once unintelligible message. Within the moon doth our doom stir. With this grave revelation, the lesser troubles of Gridania were eclipsed by what lie on the horizon, the destruction of all of Eorzea. A calamity which would have remained unforeseen if not for the efforts of three Pajal. In that moment, Connie conceived a plan which surprised her siblings in its boldness, but which they soon agreed was wise. In spite of the prophesied annihilation itself, the elder Seedseer had found renewed hope, as if she basked in the shade of the guardian tree. The thick branches rustled in the warm wind, until something fell from above and landed at Connie Senna's feet. A gift and a promise. Upon returning to Gridania, Connie reconvened with the Seedseer Council, and when the hearers arrived at the Lotus Stands, they were greeted by a perplexing sight. The elder Seedseer was present, as were her brother and sister, who were not officially council members. Apatat, who had scarcely been seen since his retirement and convalescence, was in attendance as well. But their surprise at these unexpected guests paled in comparison to their horror when Connie spoke and confessed that she had been unable to hear the elementals. Thankfully, with the aid of Rhea O and Aurun were the elementals calmed, and their warning finally understood, she said. At once the hearers began to whisper amongst themselves, but when Connie told them of the coming calamity, they fell deathly silent. Trials ahead will be greater than any we've ever faced. I do not possess the strength to lead you alone. I confess this weakness and this doubt, this truth, and after did receive of the guardian tree this gift. Connie drew forth and held aloft a staff. This is claustrum, bestowed upon me by the Great One. The elementals often speak in riddles, but the Great One's intent in this matter is plain. My siblings and I must work as one to see the elementals are heard. 'Tis a key, constant reminder that true strength lies in the courage to bare your soul and beg succor. From this day forward, I propose that the duties of the Elder Seedseer be carried out by not one, but by three. Her siblings looked at the gathered hearers with a resolve none would question. Seeing this, Apatat stepped forward and spoke. 3 hearers united in a single purpose. Doubtless the elementals are overjoyed at this news, and together with the Seedseers shall lead the people of the Twelveswood unto a future most bright. As their first act, the trio of Seedseers took inspiration from Connie's studies of the Fifth Astral Era and proposed the reformation of the Grand Companies and the re-establishment of the Order of the Twin Adder. The Archons of Sharlayan had offered similar counsel, and the emergence of a shared threat provided the impetus needed for Eorzea city-states to come together in spite of cooperation. In the spirit of cooperation, not in spite. Satisfied, Apatat returned to his home to live out the rest of his days in peace, though Connie would call upon him again many times before he passed. One of their final conversations, he reflected upon the incident which spurred her to involve her siblings in governance. Only when we are true of heart does the path reveal itself, he reminded her with a smile. Sage wisdom that delivered me and our people when all was nearly lost. And that I shall not soon forget. God, fuck the elementals though. Like, are you kidding me? God. Respectfully, fuck the elementals. Not even respectfully. Disrespectfully, fuck the elementals. Happy 14th anniversary. Thank you, Zermit. I appreciate it. Like, every piece of information we find out about the elementals makes me hate them more. Like, Seta, Connie's fine. She's okay. The story was okay. It was a little bit boring, I guess. We get to see the origin of her staff. That's kind of fun. Like, but the elementals are awful! Like, they're just so bad! all the time. Like, oh yeah, Eris would literally just be like, fuck the elementals. Eris, am I wrong? And then she is forcibly removed from the 12's wood. Eris is no longer allowed to go there because the elementals try to kill her every time she goes there, and she just says, fight me, and rips her shirt off. Eris be like, what are you gonna do, elementals? Kill the warrior of light? Bitch! Fuck you! I fought the incarnation of despair. You can't beat me. That's what Eris would say. Yeah. No, like, every piece of information we find out about the elementals just makes them worse and worse. Every time she walks through the Black Shroud, her roots just pop out of the ground, randomly trip her up. Oh, for sure. That absolutely happens. She walks under an apple tree and an apple drops on her head. The forest is hostile, but that I mean it's mildly inconveniencing Eris every chance it gets. Oh, free food. And she is thick-headed. Nah, for sure. They'd just be like, eh. Good God. They're like just, they're so bad. Like, the elementals are just so bad. Like, I can't harbor a lot of sympathy. Do we know what the elementals are? They weren't a thing when Ampedor was around, right? I honestly think, like, we don't know what they are, but there's some kind of ethereal being, right? I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Ampedor did some shit and created the elementals. Then that whole like, war of the Magi, right? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they trapped some, like, demonic or, you know, extraplanar force within the 12's Wood itself. Like, I really could see that. That would make a lot of sense. You know what I mean? I'm still convinced there's something akin to a primal just without acid involvement. I could see that. I could see they're kind of just a primal. Like, they're kind of a glorified primal. I could even just be the spirits of Amdapori after Miak got him. White magic is weird. True. White magic and black magic are weird, right? That combination was probably a pretty bad, probably the worst chocolate and vanilla twist in a cup that you've ever seen. Some idiot used too much white magic around the trees, and then the trees started thinking. Maybe they tried to make the 12's Wood a living guardian to secure their home and just kind of went out of control. Let's quest an Elpis involving them, actually. Sheesh, really? Black magic is pretty clear-cut. Steel magic from the void, fry void. Ah, that's true. Pretty strong, though. Wait, if we cure the void in a DLC, if we clear the void in an X-Pack, do black mages just lose their power? Do Reapers lose their, like, demon companion? What happens? What happens then? Oh no! What happens? Eris is like, well, guys, I gotta retire. I ran out of magic. Sorry. Flare machine broke. Now the elemental magic for black mages is from the void. It's not for thaumaturgists, but it is from the, like, black mages use, like, fire, ice, and lightning from the void. They use the astral magic from the void. That's why, like, despair is, like, purpley fire, right? It's got that, like, weird fire thing. That's also why paradox is that, like, big, like, eruption, right? Flare too. Like, flare is, like black magic, right? become the true thaumaturge. They just have to be stronger to obtain one of the few left. Oh god. They're gonna totally fix the void like how we did the empty. Yeah, and it might just be possible to just not be completely fixable. I could maybe even see that. Like, I could see the void just as, like, too far gone. You know what I mean? I kind of do want to fix it, though, because, like, I want to help Zero out. I want to help my wife out. I want to kiss her. It's supposed to be, like, have, like, years till it actually propagates properly. I say, I thought the void doesn't have other elements, but... Barbara! Oh, I love her. Drag Eden into the void. Drag her! I agree. Like, maybe the void just become pockets of the goodness, but still a very dangerous place it is usually. I could maybe see that. That would make a lot of sense. Maybe it's like just Zero's domain. I could see that. Zero just being like, yo, come over to my crib. It's not dangerous. It's less dangerous here. I could see that. And then she gets on like My Cribs with NTV. And she doesn't lie about it like someone would. Come over here, you can actually die here. Oh. Zero, someone will die. Of fun? No, someone will die. No. Alright. This has been a fun sidebar, but we have to read about the Catholic elves now. Now I know some of you love Catholic elves. Well, good, because you're getting Catholic elves. That's what we're doing. Do we have to? We have to read about the Catholic elves. We don't have a choice. You're gonna be like, no, but I'm a virgin. You know. Shame. Nomad, no. Alright. Time to get my Catholicism out. At the end of the audience hall in the holy vault of Ishgard, set upon by a dais spanning its breadth, the Archbishop's throne. From this sacred seat, the Church's most powerful men had ruled for centuries, but no longer. The throne lay empty, a relic of time before the war's end and the Republic's birth. Where once power was hoarded, it was now shared. Where once the privileged conspired in secret, the people's chosen now debated in earnest. Count Artois de Fortin was one such representative, and on this day, like many others before it, he sat in attendance as member of the House of Lords. If there are no further comments, I move that we end this session with a vote. Emmerich declared, his voice echoing through the gray flagstones of the chamber. Once yours is cast, you are free to take your leave. My apologies for keeping you all until such a late hour, my lords. I know full well that you have great demands upon your time. Says the man with the greatest demands upon his, Artois thought wryly. Between scrambling hither and yon for official business and presiding over the House sessions, he knew that his friend had precious little time for himself. At the Lord Speaker's words, the members of House rose to their feet and began making their way to the ballot box in the predetermined order. Many were still fumbling their way through the unfamiliar business of Republican governance, Artois himself not least of all, but he pressed on with his dutiful determination. Having cast his vote, he returned to his seat to gather up his belongings when the empty throne chanced to catch his eye. As he beheld it, his vision blurred, as the memory of a day 17 years ago came flooding back. A day from what now felt like another life. The shirt's collar felt stiff as a canvas, but Artois endured the discomfort. The occasion called for the finest of finery, and the outfit his manservant had assisted him into made his dinner garb appear uncouth in comparison. It was not every day, after all, that Ishgard saw a changing of its ordained ruler. Wishing to be part of the historic occasion, Archbishop Thordan VII's coronation. Highborn and lowborn alike had gathered for the vault, and the massive citizenry extending as far as Hoplin. However, none save a privileged few outside of high-ranking clergy and archbishop's personal guard were permitted to attend the official proceedings. In his capacity as scion of the House Fortin, Artois stood beside his father in the audience hall, endeavoring to look as dignified as his 13 summers would allow. His youngest brother, Emmanuelin, was there too, and to his credit, he was behaving himself despite being too little to appreciate the gravity of the event. Harishafant, however, was absent, on account of not bearing the name Fortin. Their lord father had earlier explained, yet even before this, Artois had always sensed that there was something different about his brother, if only through his aloofness and disdain with which their mother treated him. Thus the ceremony proceeded with his father short to member, but if anyone else was bothered by it, they did not let it show. After a series of solemn rites, Thordan VII finally appeared in the sacred vestment of the archbishop. Holding the Fury's grace, the holy crozier of his office, he strode purposely toward and majestically towards the throne as Artois looked on in awe. I, Thordan, 7th of my name, do swear to serve as the instrument of Halone's will. Embodying the spirit of King Thordan, our nation's revered founder, I shall preach the faith and protect the faithful, that together we might defeat the dragon menace and bring the Fury's blessing unto all men. The Archbishop's words stirred Artois to the core, reaffirming the lessons he had been taught since he could first remember. He was descended from the legendary Knights 12, his chest fairly bursting with pride. He made his own pledge. Like my ancestors before me, I will become a knight brave and true, and will serve Ishgard unto my dying breath. At length the ceremony came to a close, and the doors and the audience hall were thrown open to let a flood of lesser peerage. Some wished to catch a glimpse of their newly anointed leader, while others sought to curry favor with the high houses. Together with Emmanuelin, Artois followed his father as he led them through the dance of nobility, keeping his eyes peeled in careful observance as he was taught. One day, he too would need to navigate these self-same waters. He noticed members of House Durandare and Dismal take their leave early, sharing fields of the red on their crests. The two families tended to keep to their own, giving the impression that they were plotting some manner of intrigue. In contrast, House Fortin and House Alanarte, which stayed back, shared black fields and ancient ties, were hardly reclusive. They were, in fact, regular fixtures at social events. Even now, his father, Lord Edmond, had begun engaging with cordial conversation with Lord Baranduin, his counterpart in the latter. Of the children of the house, all were present save Francel, who was yet too tender in years to attend the formal functions. When the adults finally dispensed with the pleasantries and began discussing difficult matters, the sons and daughters took the opportunity to withdraw and speak amongst themselves. Beaming his brightest smile, Emmanuelin sidled over to where Claude de Bama and Leonette, the third and fourth born of House Helenarte, were standing. No. Artois was not surprised to see the gaggle of younger children attending Claude Bama. He had a way with little ones. Meanwhile, Artois turned to face Stephiven and Aravel, the first and second sons. Such noble children one day would become allies and rivals both. He knew, and it would behoove him to maintain friendly relationships, but not too friendly. My lords, he said, sweeping them in a well-rehearsed bow. Stevenifin chuckled. Stevenifin? Oh, come now, let's not stand on ceremony. We are of an age, are we? Are we not? In languid tone, Aravel added, Aye, I have my fill of the dry formalities. It's tiresome stuff, and I want to go home. Likewise, brother, I am on the cusp of completing my latest invention. Shall we beg leave of father? And as quick as that, the brothers bade Artoile farewell, asked their father to be excused, and happily trotted off. As he watched them leave, Artoile could not help but to envy the carefree pair. Finding himself bereft of company once more, he returned to observing the people around him. Ere long, he spied a dark-haired youth, slightly older perhaps than himself, regarding the Archbishop's throne with what only could be described as a glare. Puzzled, he approached and asked, "Why do you frown so? Is this not a joyous occasion?" The youth stared at the question and turned to face Artoile. His eyes widened in surprise, but soon narrowed as anger reclaimed his features. "Clearly you've not heard the rumors of my birth. Not that any of that is any concern of yours." Artoile winced, in turn the youth's expression softened in remorse. "My apologies, that was ill done." Clearly clearing his throat, he continued pleasantly. "My name is... My apologies, that was ill done." Clearing his throat, he continued pleasantly. "My name is Aymeric. How was the ceremony, if I may ask? I did not have the pleasure of witnessing it." The excitement of the event still fresh in his mind, Artoile had forgot his discomfort and held forth with unbridled admiration. "Oh, it was truly inspiring. I shan't soon forget his eminence's oath. He swore that he would serve as an instrument of Halone's will and bless all men." Bless all men. Do you suppose he can do such a thing? Artoile was about to reply when another stole words right from his mouth. "Absolutely, the Archbishop is a great man." The two turned to find a golden-haired boy, garbed in common fashion, regarding them with eagerly, the son of a knight perhaps. Seeming to remember himself, the newcomer bowed deeply, as one does to one's betters, before resuming an enthusiastic account. "His Eminence graced our school with a visit last year. He prayed for us, and that we would become strong and righteous knights. 'Tis my dream to serve him one day." The boy's passion struck a chord with Artoile, who nodded in approval. Aymeric, however, simply stared. He parted his lips as if to speak, but thinking better of it, said nothing. Nary a moment later, the knight emerged from the throng and barked, "Ah, there's Valhodrin's lad. Valhodrin's lad." Placing a firm hand on the golden-haired counterpart's shoulder, he continued, "Come, your father has been looking for you." Drawing himself up to his full height, the boy swept them in another bow and departed with the knight. "I too must be on my way," said Lord Aymeric. "By your leave, Lord Artoile." The time he had gathered his wits enough to wonder when he had been given... By the time he had gathered his wits enough to wonder when he had been given his name, his companion had already disappeared. Like himself, Aymeric too must have been taught to be observant, he concluded, to listen and to learn, in preparation for the day he must join in the dance. "Lord Artoile, are you well?" The familiar voice plucked him from his reverie. He turned to see Aymeric standing a few steps away, glancing about the chamber. He realized it was empty save for him and his friend. "How far have you come since that day?" After that meeting, Artoile had discovered that Aymeric de Boreal, adopted son of the Viscount, was rumored to be the illegitimate son of the Archbishop Thornton himself. Out of kindness, his parents had chosen not to speak of the matter to him, though it did nothing to shield him from the gossip of others. So Aymeric had sought an audience with the Archbishop to ascertain the truth. But as a child of a lesser house, such was as a wish was not to be fulfilled, and in the end, he came to embrace his lot, and dedicate himself in service to his people. For his efforts, he was rewarded with the command of the Temple Knights. Now he held the highest office in the nation. "Lord Artoile," Aymeric repeated with a hint of concern. Forgive me, I was lost in reminiscence. The Archbishop's coronation, when first we spoke." "I see," said Lord Aymeric as he turned his gaze upon the throne, eyebrows furrowed not unlike that day. After a time he continued, "It feels like another life, does it not?" Artoile sighed. "Once I would have told you nothing. I am torn to remember that day, to remember child I was, who had accepted all he was taught without question. The lies. The pride I had in my lineage, my very existence. Gods, what a fool I was. Our scars will not soon fade. Though we try to move forward, the pain lingers. A constant reminder of our father's betrayals and our traumas. Emmerich had told him the tale during the campaign at Gimlet, how his friends had urged the Archbishop to renounce his lies upon which Ishgard was built, and he was rebuffed as a naive child, wanting to tear down the institutions that had long endured over 1,000 years. And indeed, built upon a rotten foundation of deception, though everything was, Emmerich had recognized the truth of his father's words, and there remained a thorn in his breast. We cannot easily forget that which we had defined us for so long. Thus do we struggle to rebuild our lives. This is Artoel. Just as Artoel was making to speak, Emmerich picked up the thread that though he had been privy to his thoughts. So let us neither forget the past nor the pain. Let us acknowledge whence we came and whence we now stand, and set forth anew. As the setting sun shone through the window, Artoel nodded. In silence, they contemplated the empty throne and the deepening shadow it cast. All the French made my tongue all fuzzy. That's hard. That was interesting, though. That felt pretty interesting. Like, it's cool to get more background on Artoel, because I feel like we know so little of him. It's cool to learn about him a little bit more, but like, I feel like not a lot happened here. It's like, it was the first time he and Emmerich met, but not much else happened, I guess. Zephyrin, I think Zephyrin was the blonde kid, yeah, I think that's right. But like, I don't know. I feel like this short story reminds me of the Roll Quest a lot, which was pretty just... I suppose it was just a look into our big brother's life. I suppose. It was kind of interesting. They kind of were trying to give him this, like, oh, he was trying to, like... You know, he was a fool for believing in the, like, the lies of the Archbishop, blah, blah, blah. He feels bad about it, but, Excuse me. Excuse me. At the same time, like, I kind of look at that and I go, like, yeah. You know, like, I guess the short story didn't reveal anything to me I thought was terribly new. But it's okay. It's fine. It is kind of weird how, like, endearing Ishgard is. But some Ishgard content is very hit or miss, I feel like. Like, I feel like they maybe depend on the nostalgia boner and, like, the established comfort of Ishgard a bit too much with some of the Ishgardian stories. Right? That, and they've already done so much, it's hard to do more. That's kind of a problem, too. But, alas. Oh well. Now we have the story I've been looking forward to. Set with the sun. The Ferdola story. Ferdola is one of my favorite characters, as you all know. And I am very excited. Yeah. So let's go, baby. Also, the opening line of this is intense. We should tear down the nobility. What have nobles ever done for us? And on that note, too, whatever happened with Lady Fortin? Like, she died, right? Like, she died And, like, Edmund had a mistress, but she wasn't important either. Wait, I forgot. It's Heaven's Word. Women don't matter. Never mind. How silly of me. Wrong X-Pack. That wasn't even supposed to be a bit. I just completely forgot about that. They're probably not going to ever talk about that. Well, Hilda was there. True. Hilda exists. Now, they haven't used her since the first 2 minutes of Heaven's Word. But, you know. I'm gonna get bitter again. We don't need me. We don't need me to get bitter. I need me to get sad with Fredola. Her father was dead. It had only been a few days since the event, and Fredola wanted nothing more to run far, far away. Her mother had not stopped crying, and she knew that adding her own tears to the deluge would only make matters worse. All the while, the disdain of Imperials and Alamegans alike ate away at her. What was the point of living like this? Of living at all? As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, Fredola made for the outer walls, slipping shadow-like through the alleyways, disregarded the patrolling Imperial soldiers. She squeezed through the crack in the stonework, barely larger than herself, to reach the sanctuary. Here, she could gaze upon the easternmost peaks of Albathia's spine, and most importantly, be alone. Relaxing, she squinted into the setting sun, which had painted the sky her favorite shade of fiery red. How can the sky burn so? She once asked her father, and he hadn't tried to palm her off with some convenient myth, admitting frankly that he didn't know. That was her father, honest and kind, and quite earnest when he asked her what she thought the answer might be. A prickle of unease jolted Fredola back to the present. She twisted around to see a pair of glowing gold eyes regarding her from above a wide, frog-like maw. The Abaddon's bulbous blue form quivered in anticipation of its coming meal. Must have wandered up from the water's edge in search of prey. She blinked as the long tongue flicked out to taste the air, tracing her scent. She was going to die. Where she ought to feel fear, she found nothing but cold certainty. How strange it was, then, to be proven wrong. Yeah! The woman's yell reached her first. The rush of air and thud of impact, and the creature was gone. In an instant, another thud drew her gaze some distance to the right, where she noticed a prone Abaddon, stumpy legs flailing pathetically in the air. Nonplussed, Fredola stared at as the woman, who she could only assume to be some kind of martial artist, jogged back to her side. Wait. Anything broken? The woman was inquiring cheerily, her hand extended down to where Fredola sat. When had she fallen? With effort, Fredola eventually mustered the wherewithal to shake her head, after rather too long, judging by the almost comically relieved "Thank goodness!" she received in reply. Though most of her face was obscured by a mask, the woman's smile fairly glowed. It almost reminded Fredola of the fire in the sky. "I'm Yida," she continued. "Nice to meet you." When Fredola made no move to reciprocate, Yida clasped her hand in both her own and shook it up and down as one might a small child's. Fredola began. "What's your name?" Yida interjected, heedless. Fredola? Fredola! Did you come here alone? Where are your parents? "My mother's at home," she muttered sullenly, "but, my father's, he's..." "I'm sorry." Yida nodded and said no more about it. In fact, she seemed to forget the subject entirely. "Shall we meet here tomorrow?" What? Fredola managed. "Well, why?" Yida tilted her head in confusion. "Because we're friends." "Since when?" Fredola fired back. This Yida may have saved her life, but that didn't make them friends. "Don't worry. If any more monsters turn up, I'll kick them halfway to Doma, the one replied, staunchly missing the point. So you'll come? She continued, showing no inclination to let the idea or Ferdola's hand. Let go of the idea or Ferdola's hand. There's nothing for it. Ferdola nodded. Accompanying Yida wherever she happened to be going became a regular occurrence for Ferdola in the days that followed. She would never forget the joy of swimming across Loch Seld, or the trial of explaining away her salt-reddened eyes to her worried mother afterwards. She also learned to hunt. Her first kill, which Yida roasted over a campfire, tasted nothing like the meals her mother made, but it was delicious nonetheless. For the first time since her father's death, Ferdola found that she could smile again. Yida spoke often of her younger sister after that. She too had faced their father's death at an early age, and Yida had been desperate to cheer her up, to take her anywhere that might bring her a smile to her face. You reminded me of her, you know. I couldn't just leave you like that. She also mentioned that she was staying in Garabanya temporarily while she and her comrade did their work. What they intended to accomplish, however, Yida would not say, waving away her questions with a smile. Ferdola had some idea. She had heard Yida talking to this partner of hers via Link Pearl several times, always about the refugees. While she couldn't begin to guess the details, it was enough to tell her that they were enemies of the Empire. In spite of this, and to her own surprise, Ferdola felt perfectly at ease. Why don't you come with me? There was no hesitation in the offer. Her mission accomplished. Yida would be leaving Alamigo soon, with Ferdola, if she so wished. They could live somewhere else, somewhere free, together. Ferdola didn't know what to say. It was all so sudden. What about her friends and family? Could she bring them too? We can only take so many people. 1 or 2 we could maybe slip through the cargo, but no more than that. Yida looked pained. I'm sorry. Maybe it was wrong of me to ask. She would think about it, she promised. So Yida told her where to meet for their escape, and when. After that, Yida would be gone. After much fretting of her own, Ferdola decided to share her dilemma with her 4 closest friends. They were silent while she told them everything, and for a good while after it seemed they didn't know what to say either. It was Emlyn who spoke up first. Sorry, I just can't leave my family behind. But I don't want you to leave us either, she managed before curling in on herself, looking like she might cry. My granddad's really old, muttered the thickest boy next to her apologetically. Thick-set boy. I don't think I could go either. Ferdola's shoulders slumped. Of course they'd never agree. It was Charlotte, the little boy who had often trailed after her like an adoring younger brother, who spoke next, with tears in his eyes. I know you want to. You were so sad because of your dad, but you're happier now, so if you want to, I'll miss you, but I think you should go. At this, Charlotte's older brother, Ensfrid, let out an exasperated snort. Don't be stupid! Why does she need an Alamegan's help? That's what we're here for. Don't you dare leave Ferdola. His lip trembled even as he glared at her, fists clenched at his sides. And then Charlotte began to cry. He sniffled. I don't want you to go. I want everyone to be here together forever. Don't leave us. We'll always be your friends if you stay, Emlyn wailed. Though she would rather if they hadn't been such crybabies about it, Ferdola was happy to hear how much her friends cared. They understood how hard it was to be neither Alamegan nor Garlean. She couldn't abandon them now, not after everything they had gone through together. She would tell Yida, no, she was staying in Alamigo. Her decision made, Ferdola resolved to see Yida off with a smile. She would miss her terribly. They were certain to meet again someday. And so she turned for home, oblivious to the figure observing him from the shadows. The appointed day dawned without fanfare. When the sun had made its way across the sky, Ferdola made hers to the agreed spot to wait, just as she had countless times before. The Yida that came to meet her, however, behaved quite unlike the carefree soul she knew. On every other occasion, she had bounded happily towards Ferdola the moment their eyes had met, but today she hesitated, scanning their surroundings warily. Ferdola followed her gaze, but noticed something was out of the ordinary in the ruins. Ida? She called out in a small voice, but the woman was distracted, pressing her link pearl to her ear. It's not looking good here either, she told whoever it was. Her partner, Ferdola guessed. Change of plan. Go now. Don't wait for me. What was she talking about? Distant shouting crackled from the link pearl. Somebody wasn't happy. Ferdola strained to hear. I'm sorry, Papa Limo. Look after Elise for me, Ida said in her customary cheer, silencing the connection. Relieved, Ferdola approached, sure that Ida was still herself after all. It was there that she heard the footsteps. Heart hammering, she spun to see 2, 3, then more and more soldiers fanning out around them, at least 10 in total. Nice trick. Ida's voice was colder than she'd ever heard it, so cold it took a moment for Ferdola to realize who she was speaking to. What? You knew I'd find out if you blabbed to the guards, so instead you made sure you were followed. An imperial rat. She made to protest, but her voice died in her throat while she realized the truth of the situation. Ida was putting on an act, though the soldiers had followed her. I thought I'd be able to make some decent money off of a merchant's daughter, but you had just to go and spoil everything. You'd better run while you can, or I'll strangle you where you stand. All lies to keep the Imperials from accusing her of treason. Ferdola had no choice but to go along with them. She bit her tongue, feeling furious and pathetic at the same time. Run. Ida mouthed the word as one of the soldiers raised the Magitech transceiver to his lips. At nearly the same instant, another soldier who had been slowly closing the gap between himself and Ferdola reached out to grab her. Ida's foot hit the earth, propelling her forward in the blink of an eye, and he collapsed from the kick to the gut. With a cry, alarmed, the others rushed to surround Ida, who danced back and forth on the balls of her feet, fists at the ready. Feel free to attack all at once if you're so scared. Cut her down! The soldiers brandished their blades with angry cries, and Ferdola ran. She'd only make things harder for Ida if she stayed. She fled through the ruins, weaving through the rubble as she went, but nimble as she was, she could not hope to match the soldier's stride. When she found herself swiftly overtaken, cowering from the wicked flash of a blade that arced toward her, Ferdola lost her footing, as did the Imperial, was at the same instant propelled graciously into the nearby rubble, courtesy of the bone-crunching kick to the side. He slumped to the ground, unmoving. Ida turned to meet Ferdola's eyes, with her usual mask on. Ferdola could see the lines of ink forming a traditional Alamegan design. Her eyes blue, Ferdola now noticed, were so kind. Please run, she wanted to say, but she couldn't find her voice. Her body still trembled where she stood, frozen in place. Ida approached as if nothing was wrong. Live, Ferdola, she said, laying a soothing hand on her hair. Find some hope to hold on to. Ferdola could only nod, barely able to contain the sobs that threatened to burst from her chest, as Ida graced her with one final smile. Then she was gone, running hard and fast in the other direction, beckoning their enemies to follow. With the sky burning red behind her, Ida danced. Imperials fell one after the other to her blows, but even she could not evade every blade, every fist, every bullet that came her way. And soon, the salt-white ground turned crimson too. From a distance, Ferdola watched as Ida's strength waned. More and more soldiers were coming to join the fray. She even saw a hulking Magitech monstrosity approaching, the grating screech of metal on metal, aiding to the clamor which now resounded around the ruins. Fleet of foot as she was, Ida surely could have escaped alone. Yet there she stayed, fighting this impossible battle. She was going to die. And why? For the sake of one child? For her? Why me? If she went for help, they might make it in time, but who could she ask? Who would help the enemy of the Empire? No one she knew. She cursed her own uselessness. Still, she kept moving, one step at a time, though her legs trembled to take them, and repeated Ida's final words to herself until they were a part of her. She would live. In the end, she faced no quest for having been present, thanks to Yida's deception. Nevertheless, she knew that if her loyalty to the Empire should ever again be cast into doubt, her mother, perhaps even her friends, would pay the price as well. It'd be imprisonment or death for the lot of them. If these were her choices, then she would prove herself a worthy citizen of the Empire. Though she'd yet to find the hope Yida spoke of, she chose to believe that she would one day. And until then, she would live. That's good. Stormblood is just the best expansion, it really is. It adds so much of the dynamic between Ferdola and Lise. It does. It really does. This is a really good story. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. It's really good. Like, does it make the world smaller by making it that Yida saved a named character? Does it make the world smaller? A little bit, but I don't think that's a bad thing. FF14 has a lot of characters, and sometimes reusing them is a good idea. Having them branch to each other is a good idea. I wish there was some sort of nod to it in Stormblood, though. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Also very cool that Ferdola got the face tattoo because of Yida. It might be entirely possible they came up with this afterward. I feel like they did. I didn't even make that connection? Yeah. Yida had a face tattoo. She had an Alamegan face tattoo. Ferdola has one too. In some cultures too, that is like a pretty big connection to like their heritage as well. Because it's something that they always wear, right? Ferdola's father did too. That is correct. Traditional face tattoo. That's good. That's really good. I like this. I like this a lot. I wonder how Ferdola felt seeing Yida's face that day in the tower. Yeah. Maori come to mind. Yep. Maori are a good example. A lot of Polynesian cultures, but there's others too. I also I kind of have this is interesting because this is more insight on Ferdola, which is very good. And I think Ferdola's story is utterly fascinating. I really wish we got more of it. Like, she's somebody who's going through like an actual proper redemption arc, and that's very, very cool, right? That's very, very cool. As far as I can tell, Lisa and Ferdola are still unaware of both of their relationships to Yida, and it's so tragic. I believe you, yeah. Also, not thinking about the moment Lisa comes into Ferdola's cell and offers her the one chance to redeem herself. Yup. Spooky, huh? But like, Ferdola's like honest to God like redemption arc is so interesting because like her background is so it's so tough. She grew up in such a tough, terrible world. Like, just surrounded by bad choices, and any time something good happens, it's like just ripped away from her. It's just torn away from her, and it hurts. Like, it's obvious that like, you know, Yida kind of saw Ferdola as like, oh, she's kind of like my little sister, right? Like, she reminds me of my little sister. I want to help her. Ferdola, I feel like, in turn, really admired Yida. In fact, I feel like Ferdola maybe had like a little bit of a crush, like a girlhood, like a childhood crush, right? Like a little girlhood crush or something. I could see something kind of like that, right? Which makes sense for just like the situation she's found herself in. She's so I ship Ferdola and Lise, so I definitely see Ferdola having a childhood crush on Yida. Ferdola and Lise is a good ship. I do like Ferdola and Ehrenwald too. Ferdola has bi energy, so it's fine. But like, yeah, like I could seen her like, cause like, I think in the story she's like 12 or so. She's like a preteen, right? So like, kind of a perfect age for her to like, yeah, have like a little crush, you know, something like that. Damn, dude. Are you being eaten by a frog? I probably would have fallen hard. Same. Yeah, no, just like, that's where Ferdola gets the tattoo. That's where Ferdola gets, her resolve to like join the Imperials too. Like she has to find a reason to live. Oh, there's more. There's more. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Ah, there's more. There's a little bit at the end. Okay, to be fair, I thought that was the end because that's a great ending line. The tattoo stood starkly against Ferdola's complexion, its ink fresh under her skin. She traced the traditional pattern with her fingers. Today, she, Ansfrid, Emlyn, and Rudolph would join the 12th Imperial Legion. There was another day that occupied her thoughts as she set out, one long past but vivid as a burning red sky. She carried the memory with her as she took one step, then another, toward her waiting friends. Whoops. I love Ferdola. She's such a good character. Yeah. And like another thing I like about her too is like Ferdola's story really does like articulate what it's like to grow up in an environment that like forces you to be a certain way. Like you can say Ferdola had a choice, but she didn't have a choice, right? Like she had like basically a non-choice in her life. She could join the Imperial Army and create a better life for herself, her friends, her mother, or she could continue to like languish and suffer. You know, it was probably like honest to God, Ferdola probably like single-handedly took care of her mother off of the salary she made as a soldier, and you know, helped win them citizenship. Though I think her dad was a citizen before. I could be wrong about that. Like, she didn't. It wasn't a good choice that she had to make. And you know, struggling and grappling with the idea of Alamegans hating her, but Imperials hating her. Everybody hates her. So what is she to do? Like, who? Why does it matter if she becomes a soldier at that point? They're gonna hate her regardless. And then she gets experimented on. She takes that Persona and wears it. Persona? God, I want to play more Persona. Oh, I want to play more Persona so bad. I really want to. I'm just viewing the flashback to check to see if she already had the Alamegan mark. Her family were already citizens when she was a kid? Okay, good, good. Well, still, her salary probably supported her mother. I would at least assume. I suppose I could be wrong, though. God. I love Fredola. I really do. Good shit. Those are good stories. Those are some bangers. Oh, wrong scene. Oops-a-daisy. It was just underlined how she wasn't Garlean or Alamegan since the soldiers didn't lift a finger to stop them. Yeah. It's a little bit of a traumatic experience to see your father get stoned to death in front of you by an angry mob of your peers. Stoned to death in front of you while protecting you, no less. Yeah. Like, one of those rocks could have hit and killed Fredola. They could have killed a kid. They were understandably upset, but, like, killing a kid's not gonna help anything, dude. Damn. Well, on that cheery note, we're gonna switch things up, I think. We're gonna do Starlight, because that should be a very quick little trip. And then the warrior quests. Since I believe, if, you know, memory serves correctly, the Starlight quests always take like it's like a 10-minute deal. But I hope you guys enjoyed the short stories. I hope you liked them plenty. Oh yeah, it's snowing. Cute. I do like doing those readings. I think they're a lot of fun. There's a little side stuff where we visit people. True, you're right. You're right. Where's my Christmas outfit? Gimbus. Here comes Eris Claus. You don't have to play hide and seek with them like on Egg Day. True. I love your reading. It's much better than me just reading it myself. Nice. I'm glad you like it. No almost missing Gaius in a chicken soup. God. Love Gaius. What a silly boy. What a silly lad. All right. And we get a mount out of this here, don't we? Garanjin is looking for adventurers filled with Starlight cheer. How good it is to see you again, my dear adventurer. You haven't forgotten me since last we met, I hope. It's me. I'm Garanjay. And I may say that you come in the most opportune moment. You see, we are planning some extraordinary festivities this year, but presently short-handed. Banui! So, good celebrant, we will require the aid of an adventurer after all. Oh, I dare say she is an adventurer, and you've already made the arrangements. Let me introduce my associate professor, Lara Scene of the Studium in Charlian. These are the festivities for which I'm hoping to secure your assistance. Laurentian, Faculty of Folklore, delighted, I'm sure. Without further ado, then, I should test your knowledge of the season. First question, what creature symbolizes the Starlight Celebration? Eris is so stupid, I love her. Yeti! I like that you can just say it like that. Is that because of last year's Starlight, celebration? Yeti! She laughs. For your information, it is pronounced Yeti, not Yeti. Regardless, why on earth would such a savage creature represent Starlight Celebration? The correct answer is a reindeer. That's great. From gifts to garb, Starlight paraphernalia is often emblazoned with or designed with the image of the noble creatures. Now for my second question. When did the Starlight Celebration begin to make use of this symbolism? When? You mean to say it was not always so? No, indeed, any mention of the reindeer is conspicuously absent from the tale which inspired the celebration. Thus I did take it upon myself to delve into the truth of the matter. This guy's such a nerd. And after many a moon of scouring literature, I discovered a telling testimony in ancient Ishgardian tome, which spoke of a reindeer that amused younglings with delightful illusions. It was a spectacle act that earned the reindeer their starlight celebrity. Bleh! I pause it. In order to prove my theory, I journeyed to Gridania in the Starlight Celebration with my trusty fellow, Blitzen. Dot, dot, dot. Oh, so Blitzen can use reindeer magics? Yes, Blitzen is a rare lineage, one that weaves illusions as a defense against predators. Fuck? We've been keeping him under our care in Labyrinthos while conducting research on his abilities. Yeah, because reindeer can use magic! Okay. It is my belief that Blitzen can trace his ancestry back to the reindeer who delighted children with illusions in the Ishgardian tome. I intend to have him do the very same for the children of Eorzea, confirming history by reciting it, recreating it, as it were. You see, no matter how much I urged him back in Charlian, Blitzen refused to produce child-pleasing illusions. But in Eorzea, where it all began with his noble ancestors, I dare to hope that he will be suitably inspired. I welcome anything that will bring cheer to our sweet children. My duties bind me here, but I believe our adventure friend would prove a most capable assistant. Indeed, your cheery disposition tells me you're the perfect candidate for the task I have in store. Can I count on your cooperation? Splendid, I thank you, and I will and with posterity, I'm sure. Then your role will be simple yet a crucial one. Round up the children who will witness Blitzen create this illusion. I shall be at Apaluco Falls making the necessary preparations. Good luck, and I will see you again anon. Bye, weird bunny guy. Sammy, we've seen sentient jellyfish, and you draw the line at reindeer magic? Hey. Perhaps you can begin your search along the path that, to the markets in the Lancers Guild. I dare say a few younglings will be out gazing at the shops with the decorations. We've seen talking void sludge, and that's still not a reindeer. That's completely different. Oh, fuck. Aha, thanks to Endwalker, we now have a map. That's legit one of the best things they've ever done. So is the reindeers tempered by Saint Nymea? Must have been. There's a magical reindeer that can create illusions? Amazing. I'm just finished my chores, so I'll head over at once. Bye, kid. Oh, there he is. Oh, I was turned to buy a starlight cake and hurry home. Sorry. No, child! Smart child. Come to me, bright-eyed boy. Gonna be illusions? That sounds like fun. I promised my mom I'd help her put up decorations. Sorry. Damn, this snooty elf Banui ain't doing so hot. Poor guy. He's gonna be a little disappointed. Oh. Oh, he's in Apolook Falls, right. I'm very silly. You know, I do like Starlight Celebration quite a bit. It might be my favorite event actually. I like the summer one a lot though too. But I always like Starlight because it reminds me of when I first started playing this game. Like the sense of wonder I had for Final Fantasy XIV. It's very cozy. Plus that first event that year was amazing. It was the one for COVID. So like they did a really good job with it. And it's just kind of stuck with me ever since. Oh, you are returned. I trust a gaggle of rosy-cheeked younglings will be arriving shortly. Only this one? This is precisely the problem with today's youth. No concept of scholarship or the virtues of academic inquiry. Alright, buddy. Sorry, the children were scared of me for some reason. Imagine that! Suppose this single ragamuffin will suffice. For the purpose of the proof, the number of children isn't consequential after all. Oh, hey, Cries. How's your beautiful face? This Benui's a nerd. Such a fucking nerd. Listen, the season of lights is in full glow and the children stands and expectant before you. Hearken to the spirit of your ancestors and bring forth your delightful illusions. Good lord. Come now, listen, this is not the Starlight Celebration. This is not that child, wide-eyed and innocent. Bah, it's just a normal reindeer. The baby Yeti from last year was much better. Oh well, yeah, he was! Guess the nerd doesn't have enough badges to control Blitzen. True. Wait! Don't leave, I beseech you. The crucial discoveries to be made in the name of folklore, which your assistance is paramount! The sad music's playing. Hey, where'd Blitzen go? It did not go as I had hoped. What am I to do now? You're gonna need a moment to collect myself amidst the calm of the great loom glowery. Perhaps I shall return to my thoughts are clear. Oh, there's Blitzen. Okay. Well, thank you for stopping in, Cries. I need to talk. That's an ass. That's an ass I recognize, even. Dun dun dun. I know those thighs, me too. But Cries, thank you for coming in. I need to talk about Persona with you because I got further last night and I have a lot to say. It's great. You patiently, but Lou's son does not return. Perhaps you should search for him. Perhaps I should. Oh yeah? Yeah. They're mostly pretty good thoughts, actually. I just figured you'd probably be somebody that would appreciate talking about that sort of stuff. Recognize those games anywhere. That's one ass I know all too well. I've seen it a lot, much to my dismay. But also Kamoshida. Hey, mark my fucking words, we're gonna murk that guy. We're gonna rip his heart out of his chest. Literally. What did you end on? I like finally got out of the tutorial. Kind of, sort of. And I'm fucking around in the dungeon right now. Like, we're on like the 3rd floor of the dungeon, so I made like a pretty good amount of progress. But like basically as soon as I got the deadline, I immediately started doing the dungeon. So I haven't done much else. But I did get like, I did meet the doctor lady. I met my gun uncle, my gunkle, if you will. Got through the really intense stuff, it looks like. An has her persona. Morgana's teaching me how to use tools and shit. I was introduced to the stats page. That's what I can remember. The doctor sold us drugs on the table. True. The things are never gonna be this intense again. Good. Started out with a bang, damn. Oh, it's you. It seems to have been rather here for longer than I thought. My apologies. I've been pondering my dilemma, but I believe I've identified the root of the problem. The children of Gridania are insufficient for my purposes. The original testimony was a Ishgardian. After all, this Ishgardian children I require. This fool will consider my theory anywhere else. You're familiar with Ishgard, are you not? Would it be willing to continue to assist me there? P5 does start with the worst of the worst, yeah. It's an interesting game. Oh, for sure. All their bosses pale in comparison. Oh, for sure. Like last night, I kept asking, and I really don't have an answer for this, but like, I can't think of a worse video game protagonist. I mean, antagonist. Like, not worse from like the stance of like, oh, he's a bad antagonist. I mean, worse is like somebody who's more morally irreprehensible. I don't know. I think he's the absolutely most vile antagonist I've seen. I don't even want to call him a villain. He's like just a monster. He is just a monster. It's because you know people like that exist. Yeah. No, it's because he's realistic. He's real. Like, he is real. He's not like, nah, ha, ha, I want to blow up the world, blah, 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 blah. No, like, he is very, very real. And that's the terrifying thing, right? That's the scary part about him. It's relatably real, even. Hi, Mr. G, how you doing, buddy? One reindeer short of a sleigh. Whatever you do mean, I don't have a... Oh. Oh, Blitzen, where did you go? Blitzen, Blitzen! Poor guy. Also love your look tonight. Thank you. I try my best. Am I looking fancy? For my my date with my anniversary. I have not watched the Dragon Age series on Netflix yet. Nope, I have not. I should. Probably will eventually. Still getting through Chainsaw Man. Pink Black is never wrong. Pink Black is never wrong. Agreed. And it's my FF14 sweatshirt too. You'll love to see it. Need to have to watch it too. Yeah. No, I really need to. You should. It's very gay. Excellent. I do hear there's a gay kiss in it. I do. Let me quick word. On Dasher, on Dancer, on Prancer, on Daughter, on Cupid, on Vixen, on Blitzen, Rudolph. Oh, I'm missing like one, aren't I? On Dasher, on Dancer, on Vix, Dancer, Dasher. I don't know. No, it's my anniversary. No, no. Put your pants back on. Listen. Not like that. Got the paladin jacket, so fancy? Fuck yeah. If it's anywhere, where could he have gone? So absorbed I was in my thoughts that I must have had him somewhere. Gods, I can't bear being alone. He must be so frightened right now. Must find him, my dear boy. I'm wearing sweats. Ah. The ghost of Starlight present. Nice. Oh, Blitzen, where could you have gone? Soothe the bun boy. Soothe him with my strong, muscular arms. What am I doing? Blitzen needs me, yet here I am, a blubbering mess. Apologies for subjecting you to such undignified behavior. Unforeseen circumstances. Heads here rattling my nerves. I am well now, thanks to you. You're going to search for Blitzen once more. May I count on you to my cooperation once more? Yeah. Alright, well, thanks for now. Let's focus on the search within the city. The inquiry is a direction of the Makito's amphitheater. I shall retrace my steps back to Apkalu Falls. Quickly now. Shh, it'll be right, Smothers. That's how Air soothes people. She just pulls you into her chest and just like squeezes you really tight. And for some reason, people are always a lot calmer after she hugs you like that. Weird. She's like, yeah, this usually works. I give great hugs. Little does she know everyone's at boob height. Just don't hug them too high. A little lack of oxygen helps, you know? As you hear it muffle harder. Oh god. Death by boob is not a bad way to go. True. There are worse ways. They're really calm if you hug them long enough. Yeah, exactly. Really calm. As I go dashing through the snow. Oh, I forgot Donner. Damn. On Comet, on Cupid, on Donner, on Blitzen. Fuck, that's what it is. Yeah, oh, hey. Those guys. Frost Fanatic? Your incantation of Crystal of Beauty. Oh, were you speaking to me? Okay, buddy. Just fixing this frozen masterpiece as I was. Okay. You like Snowman a little too much. Where was he for the Snowman event 2 years ago? Eris slowly backs away. Slowly backs away. Hey! You guys are here! Aww. I love them. They're so fucking cute. And Alpha like wiggles at Omega. Hi Heartless Dragoon, how are you? Oh, they're so cute. I love them. The Kibby Makito? Have they? Oh, where are they? Have they not spawned yet because of, I haven't, like, finished the quests? Like, yeah, the Allopolis. The Allopos. I think it's Aliapos? Aliapos? I know, I'm not good with Kibby language. Oh, hey, it's Blitzen. Adventure, have you had any luck in locating? Blitzen, where have you been? I've been running myself ragged in search for you. Wow. Blitzen, why do you bray so? Ah, that is an angle. That is an angle. Okay. Why to summon me, of course. Ho, ho, ho. It's like, fuck. And you are? I am the Saint of Damien. I've come at our excellent friend's behest to lead the misguided soul into a soothing bosom of the Starlight Celebration. He's a Saint of Nymea, you cretin. Yeah, I know what a Saint of Nymea is. I'll ask you plainly, young scholar, do you understand why you aren't able to coax the legendary twinkling of this reindeer's magics? Eris cannot recognize Gobbler where he's wearing clothes, that's true. So you do know, so you do not know. Fortunately for you, naught escapes the Saint of Nymea's all-seeing eyes. You see too, do you not? The reason why a scholarly friend failed. I'm like, yeah, he's gotta stick up his ass. You lost sight of the spirit. Come on, dude. But of course I haven't lost sight. All I know is Starlight Celebration is held for the benefit of the children. You finally understand indeed. The Starlight Celebration exists for the good of children of the realm. This our antlered friend knows well. But you, my scholarly friend, you were so obsessed with your work that you could only see the children as a means to prove your theory. Is it any wonder, then, that Blitzen was not minded to Oblige your demands? It is as you say, good saint. Respecting the customs one seeks to understand is basic folklorist fieldwork. I'm ashamed my profession in forgetting it. Gawoo, gawoo. Thanks for comforting my friend, and apologies for ignoring your feelings. Ho ho ho, seems my job here is done. I'm gonna go take my pants off. I leave this mad reindeer in your capable hands, adventurer. Happy starlight to all, and to all a good night. Right, there isn't a moment to lose. Let's resume our research. Forgive me, force a habit. Let's resume our celebration. This wonderful season by bringing joy and happiness to children. Wow, I want my mummy. I'm distressed. It comes for those at the 8th Grade Plaza. Come, my friends. Ba-da-da-da-da. Starlight celebration. Oh, Christmas Carol is a... What's going on here, guys? Polnard's bean flicker. Oh my god. Look at Christmas jam. Whimper not, little one. All shall be well. That sure is a name, right? I want my mummy. Oh, dude, distraught as she is, how will we learn what ails her? We need to settle with her somehow. With sweets, perhaps toys? Gawoo. Oh, how pretty. Well done, Blitzen, well done. Now we may ask after the source of her woes. Woo! Greetings, little one. Tell me, what is it that troubles you so? Well, me and my mummy went our way to the market, but suddenly she wasn't there and I got scared. I expect that your mother is still nearby, in which case... Is anyone missing a child? We have a lost child in search of her mother! Go on! Oh my god, the lungs on this bunny. Have you ever heard like an elk or like a reindeer like or whatever like bray? It's loud as fuck. There you are, thank goodness. Mommy, you were there, then suddenly you were gone. I was so scared. Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetling. I'm here now. Oh, the mom's hot. Thank you so much for looking after my daughter, sir. Era's seen this, Elzen, like... Hey. Elzen, big on MILFs. Fucking love me a good MILF. Did you guys hear how they're making like a MILF Island like reality TV show? Did you hear that they're doing that? Do you think they'd let me sign up? Do you think I could be on that show? I think you have to be a man. But like, did you think I could be on that show? Get with a MILF? Like, I'm just saying, 'tis the season, am I right? Thank you, sir, and you too, Mr. Reindeer. Those shiny presents really were pretty. What? You act like that's a weird thing, Bones. I'm very normal. I think your congratulations is in order. Wait, all right. I suppose Blitzen disproved my theory, didn't he? I was too concerned with helping the little one to notice. I shan't complain. Seeing as we fulfilled our objective, shall we report to Garanje? No hitting on MILFs on Christmas, at least not in front of their kids. I mean, it's a reality TV show. So oh, I know, man. 'Tis the season of giving. Yeah, 'tis the season of giving, and I'm giving MILFs my love and adoration, consensually. God, you know, it would be kind of hot to date a MILF. I'm not gonna lie. Date like an older lady, you know. Yeah, it'd be great. Yep, that's the dream. Be like younger than her kids. Yeah, that'd be great. Oh, welcome back, everyone. How did you fare in the end? Very well, I'm pleased to say we managed to reunite the lost child with her mother. Happy side of it, succeeded in proving my theory. Yeah, nerdy Banui. My, the three of you have been busy indeed. Thank you for your help, adventurer. Let me offer my gratitude as well. Were it not for you, I would have remained blind to what was truly important. Wow. Hey, saying thanks as well, are you? It seems you played an important role today, Blitzen. You're as dependable as little helper as I've ever known. I love him. It's curious though, at first he seemed wholly unmotivated in the act, but then showed illusion of his own volition. What do you think inspired this change of heart? I believe the answer is concern. Beginning he could tell that I held none of the children sought only for academic satisfaction. Pure of heart as he is, how could Blitzen be moved to assist me? Or when he sensed the concern I held for a crying child was genuine, he no longer felt resistance to using his powers. Blitzen sounds quite like the intuitive fellow. Reindeer generally are. As herd animals, they are accustomed to sensing even the slightest shift in feeling or intent. And this is but another theory. I suspect that Blitzen's ancestors conjured their illusions in response to feelings of love and kindness they sensed in people around them. Such reindeer were far more plentiful back then. Some were even domesticated to pull sleighs. No doubt younglings had ample opportunity to witness the same spectacular illusions we now find so precious. It is truly unfortunate that Blitz's kin have been so declined in number. I'll cherish the invaluable contribution to Starlight Celebration. Thank you for sharing this fascinating history with us. Able to impart even a modicum of passion I feel towards this subject, I will account to myself very blessed indeed. Ah, but that reminds me. One last task which I would appreciate your assistance, to wit, sharing Blitzen's miraculous illusions with the joy and inspire as with many-ish children as we can find. Being the true spirit of Starlight, Lorenzen, I dare say you'll be a little helper yet. Hello? Yes, I am dreaming of MILFs again. I often dream of MILFs. Every time I close my eyes, I see them. Who knows, a familiar face you might encounter. Yes, 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 familiar faces. That's why we did this. For that reason alone, and I guess the reindeer's cool too. Let's go to the gallery. Let's go spread some starlight cheer. Yeah. Snorkeling noise like, show me the guests. Yeah, like that. Wow, a real reindeer. I've only read about them before. Go on, Blitzen. Show us your spectacular glamour. Oh, amazing. Oh, hey, it's you two. Indeed, much like the scent of freshly hewn cider. Happy starlight, youngling. We are the saints' little helpers have come bearing gifts one can touch as well as see. We hope you like it. I like Fufucha. She's great. Should probably do some quests with her at some point. Wow. Hunks of wood? It is a lumber-set child, comprised of the finest selection of timber the forest has to share. You hear a soft gained maple, a supple ash, a stern oak. Can you hear the symphony? No, not really. Those are building blocks, my dear, made especially for you by the Carpenters Guild. Oh, I love blocks. Thank you, little helpers. Hey, Fufucha's small. That's not... Don't call her little. Cares that you should appreciate blocks over fine cross-sections of timber. Puzzling indeed. God, this guy's so fucking weird. I love him. Shrug. Eris, what a pleasant surprise. As you can see, the Botanists and Carpenters Guilds are working together this year for this year's celebration. The Guildmasters volunteering to be little helpers. Our gifts are a joint effort. People are at the Carpenters Guild making some beautiful blocks out of wood, and my botanists gathered while tending to the forest. All these toys sow seeds of inspiration within the hearts of our younglings. They might grow up to an embracing nature. But enough of my vegetation metaphors. We have presents to distribute. She's cute. I love her. Come, Timbermaster, more children await. Indeed, let us use these blocks. Let's use that blocks just from earlier. It seemed rather effective. No, she has like a jewel like on her forehead. I'm not sure if she's Garlean. I have no idea. That went splendidly, wouldn't you say? The little helpers appeared when they only added to the children's enjoyment. Last at least, Blitzen played his part to perfection. We shall take a well-earned rest, but would welcome your assistance again should you feel like going on another tour. There's a decoration they and a few row faces get. Yeah. I don't think it's an actual third eye. Oh, hello. This is my first time meeting reindeer. Is he friendly? Go on, Blitzen. Show us your spectacular glamour. Come on. Wow, it's beautiful. Happy Starlight, my dear. I have a gift for you from the Saint. Perhaps not as sensational as a reindeer's trick, but this will last longer. Oh. They're small Xenos, though, and so on. Hell yeah. Leather accessories. I love them. Thank you so much, little helper. Oh, she's fast. Damn. Hi, Leather Mommy. What's up? Darling little thing. There's Starlight volunteer, I take it. I do volunteer my services this year, though I only write, seeing how much my own little ones delight in the season. Remarkable the child's smile can warm a heart. An infectious story if there ever was one. Anyway, I must be off. Enjoy the rest of the festivities. Is she a MILF? Damn, I should unlock leatherworking then. Sammy, you hate crafting. Yeah, I do it for a MILF, though. She's 29. She said she had little ones. Which means she might as well be a MILF in this game. Yeah, like that one lady's 36 and she's like a grandma. The markets. Let's go to the markets. Oh, Reindeer looks massive. Look at him, he's massive. Go on, blah, 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 blah. Ah, it's a good blah, blah. Happy Starlight, my child. This little helper has arrived with a very special gift. MILF! MILF! MILF Mione. Cookies are here. Thank you, little helper. I'm gonna go share them with my friends. Scurry. Scurry and scatter. Well, if it isn't Eris, lending your assistance to the Starlight celebration. As you can see, the Carlin Company is also participating in the festivities this year. Our establishment has adopted the Starlight spirit with a special children's menu in addition to festive decorations. 'Tis the season, after all. Now, while I would love to stay and chat, I must be off. These cookies won't deliver themselves. Look forward to seeing you again at the canopy. Did a grand entrance, I love it. There's Minone, Emily's. The one we just say. Elzen is all MILFs. The one we just saw, yeah. No, Elzen ladies, they're MILFs. They turn 22 and BAM! MILF. Fact. That's okay. If only I could age like a fine wine like they do. I think I'd make a good MILF. Don't you guys? I'd be a good MILF. Hi, Orange. I accept this as canon. Hell yeah. I'm not sure Eris would make a good MILF. I feel like she'd make a good wine aunt. I think that's her lot in life. I don't think she'd ever have kids. But a wine aunt, I could see that maybe. Actually, Eris might have kids in the way of like she adopts some wayward teen and just like takes them in someday. Like coincidentally. Oh, good morning, Mr. Reindeer. You have quite the adorable face and stuffy nose at that. Oh, Blitzen, show us your spectacular glamour. What a marvelous spectacle. You're truly amazing, Mr. Reindeer. Forgive me for interrupting your delight, sweet child, but this little helper comes bearing a gift from the... Is this fucking Amric? Wait! Hold up! From the north, that black hair... It is! He's got his greaves on! Eric! What? Oh, he looking kind of like a snack. Damn. Nish Guardian coat. Oh, how lovely and warm. I shall treasure it, little helper. Thank you with all my heart. He got her a coat! Oh my god! Lord Saint of Nymea! Lord Commander Saint of Nymea! What a pleasant surprise to meet you here, my friend. You are leading your capable hand in observances, I take it. He looks kinda good outside of his blue pajamas. He's like, he looks all like cozy. You know, I'll say this. He's looking like a snack. But Amric is not like necessarily my type per se, but I see the appeal. I get it. I get him. I understand him, right? Like, I get that. Like, this, understandable. I know why people are attracted to him. He's got a good vibe. And we're just giving out designer jackets to children? Fuck yeah. Be a good night, boy. Exactly. Thank you, Vash. Also, how are you? A citizen of Starlight's birthplace, I feel compelled to volunteer my services in some way. However small. Thus I have to become a little helper. While 'twas an audience with Elder Seedseer that called me here initially, I'm glad the opportunity to bear witness to the bright smiles of Gridania's children. But I mustn't dally. Many gifts still want for delivery, till we meet again. I like that he's still wearing his boots, too. Aw, Amric, he's such a good boy. What a good guy. Alright, Bun Boy, I'm gonna keep milking you for content. Here. Another one. I think we just went to the Miller, yeah. Okay, to the falls. I wonder if Godbert really is just immersed in his role, or if he gets, like, actually literally possessed by the spirit of the season. I think both are equally possible. FF14 is weird when it wants to be, so I could see literally both happening. I had no idea reindeer were so big. Go on, let's just show this back. Oh, oh my, it's so sparkly. Why are you here? No, leave. Ugh. When your annoying little brother follows you everywhere you go. Starlight greetings, you adorable little moppet. Don't call her a moppet. Or the Saints' little helpers. I have a real sparkly present for you. Here you go. A lovely doll with such pretty eyes. Thank you, little helper. Is he here too? Okay, wait. Don't jump to conclusions. This is what passes as a gift for you lace wearers. But I think I know who this is! Ah! God! Ah! Oh my god! Who in the writing room has this ship? Somebody in the writing room wants these two fucking on screen so badly. Why are they here? Why, like, that, how else do you explain them being here? Literally, how else do you explain them being... Ruffian, what are you doing here? Delivering proper presents. What else? Here's yours, little one. Enjoy it now. A little fry pan with such adorable forks and spoons. Thank you, little helper. See a present that represents the glory of the Church's Lim's peerless culinary history. More thoughtful than, by far, than some half-baked doll from some half-baked noble. Homosexual. This is not a heterosexual look. Take that back. Make me. I will not stoop to your level. Guys, please don't make out in front of the kid. I'll enjoy playing house with a lovely doll and adorable silverware. Thank you, little helpers. Alright, she's left. Now you guys can kiss. Well, that's a happy Starlight then. Quite. Oh, they are fucking, like, yeah. Somebody in that writing room, that's their ship. Like, I would put cash money. Like, I would put cash, like a fat stack of cash down that somebody in the writing room is like, I think they'd be a really good ship, and then just keeps writing them into events and shit, right? Like, there's somebody out there, whoever you are, you're wonderful, but somebody out there's totally doing that. What's splendidly when you say blah 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 blah. Also, hi, Mora. I didn't say that earlier, but hello. God damn. Those goobers! I love them. Love those gay boys. Also, after you, thank you so much for the 4 months. Did you know that 2 plus 2 equals 4? Sam wins subscribe for this kind of bloggers! I appreciate it. God. I think those guys should just kiss. I think that'd be good. I think they should do that. Good lord. Well, are there any other people, like, out and about? Like, Alpha and Omega are here, and this is adorable. Are there any other, like, NPCs that are, like, chugging along? Hell yeah. How are you, Atriu? Yeah, hi, Morum. I don't think I said that earlier, but hello. Y'all know? Haven't seen anyone, but I might be wrong. I feel like there probably isn't. Because they did the, like, you go to a place, people walk up to you kind of quest, right? They did those. Good lord. That was great, though. That was good. I really like that. I did not expect Americ, and I did not expect Emmanuel and Sicard. God, those goobers. Big dumb idiots. Alright. Well, on that note, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go pee. But I will come back, and we'll hopefully be able to do the warrior quests and wrap those babies up, because I've been talking about doing that for a while. But the Stormblood warrior quests are supposed to be funny, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm also gonna take a peek outside to see how bad it is outside. But I'll be right back. So y'all sit tight, and I will see you in a little bit. 1, 2, 3, BRP.
It's like all my name days have come at once.
From a flowery bed to the clouds ascend, tumble down again, la 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 la. With each descent, we rise again to our heart's content, la 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 la. Fly
back. How is it hanging? Outside looks really bad. The wind and snow have calmed down a little bit. But, there's like enough snow on the ground, like if it picks back up, it's just gonna... You know what I mean? It's kind of spooky. I don't want to go outside. Are there any of the things out there? The whats? The whomsts? What do you mean? The Thing, classic movie from the 80s? Hmm? What's that? Is that like a Christmas movie or something? John Carpenter's The Thing. What's that? Oh, it's a horror movie. Oh, I don't really watch horror movies. Oh, Sammy? What? I mean, it's like a 40-year-old movie. Definitely not a Christmas movie. Yeah, that's fair. It's set in the Arctic? Mmm. Spooky. Horrible, fleshy, bloody body horror? Ew. Probably not that good of a movie, honestly. Yeah, Die Hard is a Christmas movie for sure. So you know Among Us? Among Us? Yeah. Best practical effects ever? I don't know. Mad Max Fury Road is right there. Also, you guys believed me very quickly. I'm almost a little sad about that. Yes, I know The Thing. I've seen it, in fact. I know what The Thing is. Look, Sammy. Teehee. What? That was a fun little goof, right? That was a fun little spoof that I just pulled. I have to be sure. I could never tell with you, Sammy. Yeah, Mad Max Fury Road is unironically a really good movie. It's a very good movie. It's gonna be the death of us, Bones. True. I hope so. I truly hope I can claim your lives. Anyway. Yeah. No, I know about The Thing. It's not, I mean, it's like a solid movie. It's like a solid movie. Definitely not my type of movie, though. Oh, you don't need to at me, Rio. But my favorite movie, that's a hard pick. I have a degree in media, so I'm extremely picky about movies. That's coincidentally how I've watched The Thing, is because it is actually a very good, from like a movie standpoint, it's quite good. It did quite a lot for the horror genre too, but also for practical effects and like suspense building. Also kind of shows like how you don't need too much in movies, right? It doesn't need to be like super grandiose. But in retribution, I shall bring out all my old controllers and confuse and befuddle you. No! Not the weird old controllers. But favorite movie's really tough. I really like Spirited Away. Like, call me a weeb, but honest to God, I think Spirited Away is a phenomenal movie. And it did win Best Picture, so like it's, you know, can't be that bad of a movie. It really is a phenomenal movie. The Power Glove makes no goddamn sense. How did I still think that's a joke. That sounds like a joke. It has to be a joke. I don't believe you. Oh yeah, the super scope, that too.
Never too much zoomies or my don't.
Yeah, never too much. Thank you, Jay, for the 23 months. Did you do that? 10 plus 13 is how much subscribe for this cup. Wonders. Thank you so much. And hi, Wolf. How are you, buddy? Yeah, Spirited Away is a masterpiece, totally. Favorite Ghibli movies, Totoro? Grave of the Fireflies is really good, too. If you guys have never seen Grave of the Fireflies, you should. It's a very dark movie, though. Other favorites are, I love Pan's Labyrinth. Pan's Labyrinth is a good movie. Like it a lot. The Great Dictator is a very good movie. Very good movie. Keys Delivery Service is good, yeah, for sure. That monologue. The entire movie, the entire movie of A Great Dictator is actually quite good. I know it's known for its monologue at the end, but the entire movie's pretty good. Only watched Grave of the Fireflies once. It's beautiful, but so heart-wrenching. Yeah, it is. But it's really good. Like, a lot of Ghibli movies are very, very good. I don't know. Spirited Away is probably my favorite. It's got a special place in my heart. It also really is just a banger. It fires on every cylinder. So yeah, Pan's Labyrinth, Spirited Away, Grave of the Fireflies. It's another movie I like a lot. Honestly, Mad Max Fury Road's up there. Like, that is a very good movie. That is unironically a very good movie. Man on Fire, I like Man on Fire too. It's an action movie, but it's also pretty good. Left a big impression on me. Honestly, not Lord of the Rings. No. I have the same complaints about the Lord of the Rings movies that I do about the books. Not that they're bad, I think they're very good. But I have the same complaint about them that I do the books. And that is, you needed more space, buddy. Should have been a TV show. I have ADHD. It's really hard for me to pay attention to a movie for 4 fucking hours. Very hard. Should have been a TV show. But they are good movies. They're phenomenal films. And especially in terms of like practical effects, acting, and the level of intricate cinematography. Very, very good. Very, very good. Denzel leaves a good impression? Fuck yeah. Any movie where Denzel Washington gets to flex is a classic. Yes. He is a phenomenal actor. Yeah, Man on Fire, but also things like Fences. Fences was good too. Fences was very good. Yes, for sure. But yeah, Man on Fire, that, like, it's an action movie, but it is good. And it is pretty gut-wrenching too. Right? Avatar Way of the Water? No. John Q is one of his underrated performances. That's fair. What's another really good movie? I don't know. Like I'm very picky about favorite movies. I mean, there's a lot of movies I really like, but I'm not sure I'd call them my favorites. Like, I love Howl's Moving Castle. I don't know if I'd put it up there as my favorite. There's a lot of stiff competition, you know? It's just really long. Everything Avatar is fine, if not marginally better than previous, but it's also kind of the same movie. Huh. I don't know, man. Honestly, James Cameron's obsessed with blue people fucking. So that's very weird of him. But in an age where like everything is a remake or like a sequel, props on him for just like not listening to people and doing whatever the fuck he wants. He is up his own ass for sure. But like, you know, James Cameron gonna take another 20-year break to go explore the ocean or what? Probably. He's gonna be making Avatar movies till the day he dies, and people are still gonna be watching them. For some reason. Is there a giant turtle in the new Avatar? If so, I'm in. You'd like giant turtles? Garaka is in its title. It's in its title, true. The Empire Hunter D anime? Yeah. Amato's art style is very, very good. For sure, for sure. Good TV show, Turtles. Adorable. Well. I feel like I'm on 30 FPS for some reason. My frames feel weird. I don't like that. Alright, let's see what this is about, I guess. Oops. Yeah, it's a bit choppy. I think it's because my streaming software had an update, and every time it does this, it, like, lowers my frames. Is Pandoran shark? Sharks, you say? I love sharks. I could maybe close out of the stream. Like, if I close everything down and then open it back up, I think the FPS would be fine. Do I want to, like, turn my stream off just to give myself 60 FPS though? How important is it to you? Probably gonna bother me a little bit. How much does it bother you guys? Not bothered? I didn't notice the beginning of stream because I was doing all that reading stuff. I mean, I even did. I said something. It's gonna become more of a bother when I start doing this quest, though. I guess it's fine. Alright. Let's see if we can knock this out in like 2 hours. I'm not sure if we can, but we'll try. Eris, ever a sight for sore eyes. By the hard look in yours, I take it you've wasted no time in honing your axe on the battlefield. I've wasted a lot of time, actually. My brother and I have seen our fair share of battles as well, together with the fledgling warriors of the Maelstrom. Their training is coming along quite nicely. In fact, our exploits have earned us admirers of sorts. We usually see an anonymous invitation participating in battle exercises in the Wolves' Den. No foggiest idea who they are, but it seems like you do. They mentioned you by name and insist you join the fray as well. So we should settle an old score. In any case, will we deny them an opportunity to cower behind the might of a warrior's axe? Come here, my brother's prepared. Vote for some more be dry docks. It's thrashing. If it's thrashing they crave, let's not hesitate to give it to them. I miss the Stormblood quest music. You know, the warrior quests previously have sucked absolute booty cheeks. They have sucked. They've been super bad. Just a snooze fest. So I'm curious if this is going to actually keep my attention or not. I'm told it's good, but like, a little sus about it. Not the Paladin Heavensward quests. Still haven't played Paladin. I'm still scared to. But here, as sure as my brothers told you, you had to determine the identities of these challengers. Actually, they refused at first. The time may be better spent training troops in the battlefield, could not deny their enthusiasm for battle. A desire to display the combat prowess, so I took it upon myself to accept. At the very least, it surmised to be worth inspiring our men. Better side, must prove an enriching experience for all parties involved. I'm not but a shoreman. I wield the axe, but I shall do what I can to aid you in my healing magics. When you have steered yourself to battle, we may set out for the Wolves' Den. The boys are gonna get their asses kicked, aren't they? Oh, hey, it's this guy again. Eris, as I live and breathe, it's been too long. Word has it that you've grown strong since the Battle of Salt Strand. You've mastered the forgotten arts of the warrior. The words are wind. Ready your axe to prove to me why my men should fear the bite of your steel. There's a small one. There's like a tiny one. Yeah, it's this guy again. Okay. There's a tiny one back there. For the guild. Somewhat familiar marauder. Someone familiar. Yeah, it's the one guy. No, I really should play Warrior more often. It is a fun class. Ours guild folks are good peeps. Yeah, they're good peeps. Fetching fighter. Actually shows up in the Eorzean contingent. I could see that. That would make sense. That's all the Marauders can muster. Yeah, she's an Aura. Baby Aura. 20. So this event is the strength of a warrior. The art of battle is celebrated in legend. Perhaps there are a few winters younger, my efforts would have proven more than an availing struggle, but you have met and exceeded all my expectations. It pains me to say, but we're no match for the likes of you. Gods help us if the Saugan ever learned to throw an axe like that. Large beefy barramen. How could I have not expected this? Indeed, the student has surpassed the master, the guild master, for it was all along. For it was I all along. Ha ha ha. I'm so surprised. Don't act surprised. Don't act surprised. Not even a quizzical lift of the brow. Surely our disguises were not as bad as that. Or do you mean to say you've forgotten the face of your former instructor? He runs for it. Windsor and by the 12, it's you, and Brodmar. I wasn't expecting to crush Lipsa's favorite marauders under heels so easily. This is only a warm-up, yes? We've even yet to break a sweat. Unk. Damn! Dorogano, whatever's the— oh, is she, Azimstep? Whatever's the matter? Oh, she's so scaly. Besides, she wields the strength of her inner beast. Oh my god. No! She swings like a tree. No! Brother! Eris, we cannot allow her to leave this pier. Oh my god. She's so angry. Oh, so this is immediately better than all the warrior quests. Oh my god. It's like fucking Hildebrand. Holy shit. The Bedeviled. Damn, that's a cool name. Why are all the Zalia women so damn good? Zalia girls are just like better. I don't know what to tell you, you know? Damn. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? I mean, I'm still fine, but damn. She's so angry. Time to use mitigation. Please don't, ma'am. Please don't kill me. Ow, 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 ow. God. There we go. Ah! Big One versus Small, who will be victorious? Big one out. She's 20 pounds of Angie in a 5-pound bag. Honestly. My apologies. The willow crash burns brightly within me. Too brightly. Crash? I'm quite certain that was a reckless thrashing of one overcome by their inner beast. That's a phenomenon seldom seen behind the walls of my village. Who are you, and from where do you hail, friend? Oh, she's so sweet. She looks so cute. I'm Dorogano of the Querl. My home was on the Azim Steppe in lands far to the east. We're unmatched in the ways of the axe. We are strong people, at times too strong. There are ones like me consumed with this thing we call inner beast, the will of Karash. We are the Taken, cursed with insatiable thirst for violence. My kind of lady. He's pouting, oh my god. Remarkable. Your people sound out unlike those of my village. She looks like a lot like an ogle. That's true. I suppose it stands to reason that others share this gift. The strength of one's inner beast stems from primal instinct we are all born with. It's merely a matter of learning to draw it out, a technique we warriors have long since mastered. Yet you would call it a curse. Have your people not learned to control this power? Will of Crash, this inner beast, can be controlled? Then perhaps I can finally return home. She's adorable, oh my god. The Taken are sentenced to exile. That's why I travel west to train further in the ways of the axe. So if I can overcome this affliction, I may have a chance of redemption. We must never let her and Sadu meet. True. Their battle will be legendary. And so will their foreplay, which is their battle. This is certainly an unexpected turn of events. As our most promising recruit, I wish to see how she might fare against 100 hardened combatants. Never thought she'd actually defeat the likes of Curious Gorge. It's to me like further time training under a roof would be a waste. Might you be willing to take her on? Well, we can't very well leave her unattended. She should succumb to the inner beast. There's no telling what havoc she might wreak. Now leave her in your capable hands. I'm sure you'll make a fine warrior out of her. Thank you, sir. I'll do anything you ask if it means taming this wretched beast within me. I can't believe I lost. Why to instruct others when I'm still so lacking? Brother, I'm sorry, but I cannot guide her in the ways of the warrior when I myself have stumbled on the path. No, let him be. His lack of resolve would only invite hindrances to the task at hand. This is the path he must walk alone. Come, let us go. I do love Eris's tank outfit, though. It looks really good. And this axe, too. For his own training for the interim, I fear I will be spread too thin overseeing the instruction of Maelstrom recruits to give Dorogano proper guidance. God's help us should she be consumed by inner beast. Early adventurers such as yourself has no doubt other pressing obligations, but if you'd only be capable of containing Dorogano, worst come to pass, do you think it'd be possible to spare time to assist me with her training? Yeah, of course, buddy. Oh, thank goodness. I don't know what I would have done if you had refused. Normally we'd be gathered to train in the Wolves' Den, but I believe an exception must be made for Dorogano. Yes, both for her sake and the rest of the Maelstrom recruits. But I would give that some thought. Pray return to here in a few days' time and I should have a solution. I miss Stormblood. Fortuitous timing, Eris. I've decided how we might set about the training of Dorogano. Unfortunately, as you are already aware, my brother will not be present. Seems his situation is more grave than I initially thought. Or he just has a big old crush on her. Since the clash with Dorogano, he's been able to draw upon the strength of his inner beast. He insists revisiting the basic axe work the Marauders Guild to restore his abilities, but I suspect the troubles lie elsewhere. The same can be said for Dorogano. My brother and I did not complete formal training in the ways of the warrior. You may recall we at last discovered a way for him to control the savagery of his inner beast. A dire encounter that hardened his resolve to protect his allies, thus allowing him to temper his rage. She believes her problem will be solved through physical training, but if we are to succeed in this, we must recreate a similar experience for Dorogano. It may prove perilous, but I can see no other way. We have to wait ere long the opportunity. As a chance would have, we received quite aid for running a group of Mumul Jal now occupying the ruins of the city of Nim. They originally came here for want of work, unable to find it, however, they took to pillaging and plundering. Not even the mail stray convoys are spared their attention. Making matters worse, the area also serves as a front line for ongoing battles with the kobolds. Ah, that's old lore! Either of these tribes alone already a handful of our forces. We cannot well cope with both. That's why a squadron of newly trained warriors have been called to undertake this excursion. Morgana will be accompanying us, and your presence will make it imperative. The event she loses control. When you're ready, make ruins for the outer Lenosia. Blah, 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 blah. I can't believe she murdered the Marauder leader. God damn. The Bolds are friends. They're nice now. I guess it's a problem of doing, like, you know, old job quests. Oh, jeez. Yo, what's up with the Mumu Jal? Aren't they, like, from the New World or something? Isn't that right? There, shows of heroes of inspiration to us all. Truly an honor to fight at your side. Hi, Dorgano. Mumu Jal sound like a savage tribe. I wonder if they'd prove a match for the Dorthral. Ah. Everyone's here. As far as I can discern, the Mumu Jal have divided in two groups, primary force targeting the next battleship ship, and it appears to be groups of sentries posted to warn them of any unwelcome interference. Being most skilled amongst us, I would have you sneak into the heart of their ruins, do it with those keeping watch. Should lead the others along the northerly route, long climb, and engage in primary force. If all goes planned, we should be able to meet where the tooth paths join. Dorgano should be able to come by an inner beast to show no signs of regaining control. We will retreat immediately and seek you out. We should come to blows, I beg of you. Do what you must to stop me. Is that there are no questions, let the operation begin. Yeah, like, I remember they're from the New World, but, like, why? How did they get here? What happened? Your girl's a bit confused. Hi, Golem. Hi, Coearl. Smash. Oh yeah, I need to use that gun more often. There we go. Bum bum ba da ba bum bum. Yeah, I know. They're just like random like lizard guys. It's kind of weird. Only in this zone in the Tonberry dungeon? Yeah. Like, they play a part in the, what is it? Oh, it's like your favorite dungeon, Sammy. Don't forget this. Come on. You're smart. Oh, there's a Mogtome event going on, huh? Whoops. Wanderer's Palace. Wanderer's Palace hard. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yay, woo yay! Oh, she's adorable. Oh, and she's wearing like the level 60 armor. Look at her. Eris, by the lack of sweat on your brow, you could assume you made quick work of the sentries. As for our part, we managed to claim a narrow victory over the main Mumul force. Despite the chaos havoc of the battle, Dorgana remains unaffected by her inner beast. I'm a slave to Karash no longer. I'm a master of the inner beast. Master, far from it, says someone else. Ah, master, far from it. Blah, blah, blah. Brother, what are you doing here? Have you been following us this whole time? Following nonsense. I was merely Taking a walk. Yeah, I was taking a leisurely walk through the ruins of Nim when I happened upon your small altercation with the Mumal-Jal. Couldn't help to notice your form, Dorgano, your battle form, that is. And with eyes could see that you're hesitating with every swing of your axe. You'll never learn to control your inner beast if you're too afraid to push yourself and draw it out. Believe me, I know. Afraid, am I? That's rich coming from the pathetic worm I sent flying into the waters of the Wolf's Den Pier. Oh! Drag him! Hi, Big, how are you? The famous war tactic, subtlety. True. Worm? You ungrateful little... Call me that again and I'll call you whatever I please, Worm. If you've any complaints, take it up with my axe. You're lucky I'm feeling under the weather today. When next we meet, I'll have to beat some manners in that pretty little head of yours. While you may not like his judgment, I have to agree with my brother. I too notice you seem to be holding back. While the battle was hard won, you showed little need to overexert yourself, let alone call upon your inner beast. I never mean to hold back, I just, well, it was better not to worry the others. You need to be so hard on yourself. You did not learn to control your inner beast, no, but you've defeated the Mumal-Jal, and the shipments of Limsa are now safe. You should be proud of what we've accomplished today. Now let us return to the Morbi dry docks for a well-earned respite. The thrash of the Mumal-Jal must have been a glorious sight. Never have I met a woman so fearless, so strong enough even to overcome me when my inner beast is unleashed. If only I could take you to the Azim Steppe, I have to go. I feel like we're gonna be taking a field trip. I can feel a field trip coming on. That's okay. Azim Steppe's great. It's funny how, like, the Azim Steppe's, like, the best place in the entire game. Crazy. Usually more than a small scuffle with beastmen for Doragano to gain control of her inner beast. The curious Gorge was here to assist us. Do you find it strange he would take time away from his training to speak with us? Rather, with Doragano. My suspicions are true. He faces obstacles like any he's ever faced before. I'm sure it's nothing that you need to concern yourself with. Get well today. Rest now. Gather your strength. We will surely need it for the trials to come. The best beast tribe. Yes, yes. I don't know about best, but they sure are something. You remember the warrior questline being quite this horny? It's a little horny. It's immediately better than it's the Stormblood quests, and they're immediately better than all of the other ones. The other ones sucked. Eris, I'm afraid I've got not but ill tidings to share. The Mumal-Jal have returned with reinforcements. From the reports of the Maestral Command, their eyes fixed on Wineport. Having been driven out from the ruins of Nim, I have no doubt they mean to take the village as their new base of operations. We fan the flames of their aggression, Eris, and thus it is our duty to put matters to rights. I fear they pose too great of a threat to consider this part of Doragano's training. Regardless of what may happen, I expect you to prioritize the Mumal-Jal above all else. Ready to meet my men and I shall meet you at the Raincatcher Gully. Oh no! I'm not worried, but oh no! The quality jump from Heavensward War Quest to Stormblood is absurd. Yeah, these are way better. I can barely remember what Heavensward was about. All I remember is there was a lot of, like, half-naked beefy Romen, and they're like, we gotta find the books. The books about fighting, the fighting books. If we don't find the fighting books, we can't do the fighting. We have to search for books. And, like, that's all that happened. Meanwhile, I can vividly recall both the Dark Knight quests and the Black Mage quests. I Actually, I haven't done many Stormblood quests, come to think of it. Yeah. Oh, alright, fair enough. I remember the Dragoon ones. I can say that. Gotta hang out with Stinky. Dancers didn't have them. Reapers didn't have them. Sages didn't have them. Oh god. Maybe I haven't done that many. Hello, Eris. Your accent's looking quite sharp this evening. Oh, thank you. She's into me, I can tell. Yeah. There are also blue mages, really? Tales of Mumajala are still in the south. Well, knowing which path they take to Wineport, just head there is readily available, lest they turn the hamlet into a battlefield. So I'd ask you to go due south, do away with any enemies you find along the way. The rest of us shall sweep towards the Red Mantis Falls, and the south towards the Severed String. Dragano, you will have to stay close to me in the rear. You will aid me in support, if nothing else. You insist. Sorry, Dragano, but there's too much at stake at risk of using control of your inner beast. But with you joining me in support, I fear we may lack the strength to do away with the Mumajal. No need to fear, brother, for you have my axe. Look at me, blah blah blah. I haven't done the Mechanist Stormblood quest. I need to. What a welcome surprise! Are you sure you're able to fight? After bashing boulders and toppling titans with the Marauders, I've never felt better. Ugh, you again? Come to slow us down, worm? No more than a horn-mad cow unable to control her inner beast. How about when this is all over, I show you my inner beast and... Enough, both of you. Brother, if you're sure you can handle it, I would have you take the lead. It just cuts off. Alright then, let's move quickly. Eris, we will lead to the pass with... Join the road leading to Limsula Minsa. Warrior dating's weird. Yeah, you just yell at each other. And then fight each other. But then the fighting turns into fucking halfway through. Trust me, I love a good argument slash hate fuck. Playing that out of my D&D campaign. But still, damn. Or makeup sex? I don't know, something like that. I was just gonna say. Look. Don't mind me. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Ah, hostile presence. Yeah, there we go. No, there's definitely something nice about two strong people yell at each other, hate each other, then they love each other. That's great. We love that vibe. There's something kind of nice about it, you know? Oh, that's right. The FF11 gobbies are just the 14 gobbies. I wonder if they just included the Mumu Jal because like that was just a random holdover enemy they could have. I feel like that would make sense. There we go. A lot of 14 is just 11 assets, and yeah, 14 1.0 had problems, so they probably cut corners. Probably. Apologies, man. We failed you. Oh no. Thank goodness you were unarmed. The movable jaw, they caught us unawares as we passed through the severed string. We had no choice but to make haste towards the rendezvous point. Brother, suppose he was just that. He was the first to falter and failed to keep up when we fled, him along with Dorgano. Please, you must find them before they are slain by the movable jaw, or worse. Or worse? What does that mean? Are they gonna, like, eat them? What? It's worse than being oh yeah, she took care of them. Perfect. Grr. She's so angy. Look at how angy she is. Angy. It's even better that she's small. Like, it's even better that she's just tiny. She's just so angy. Oh my god, I love her. The meekest female Zalia. Tiny but mighty. She's small, but she angy. So angy. She do a... Grr. Grr. Eris, be on your guard. Dorgano. She defeated the movable jaw, but... her beast has consumed her. Me at 3 AM looking through the fridge. Grr. Which things failed me, Eris. Please, you have to stop Dorgano. Defcon Angie. I did it! I've suppressed the will of Karash! Oh. Nice. Defcon Angie. Could it be? She overcame her already beast through her resolve to protect me. Ah, the flames of her spirit burn so brightly, yet it feels as though mine have all been guttered out. Pray return to the others without me. I cannot face them like this. George, just admit you're a bottom. Yeah, just admit you're a bottom, dude. Just give in to the sensation to be pegged. It's fine. No one's gonna judge you. Having struck 2 birds with a single stone, the Mumujal have been repelled, and Dorgano has gained control over her inner beast. Woo! Power Crash is now mine to control. Soon my people will welcome me back with open arms. Yeah, sure. Certainly hope so. Let's return to Morby Dry Docks and prepare for your send-off, shall we? This is a fast turnaround. You are so small. You are the... Is she like the smallest Aura in the universe? I feel like she's especially tiny. I like the courage to ask you before, but now I must. Eris, would you like to return to the Asm Steppe? As my people could teach you, just as you could teach us. With your help, we would never need fear of the will of Karash ever again. Please, Eris, say you will join my clan. Yeah, sure, fuck yeah. I'm already a part of the mole. I know that's what Aaron, like, I wish there was a dialogue option that's like, I'm already in a tribe, actually, technically. Then who will protect Oriorzy in my absence? The mother! Of course! I could be so blind, I would never deprive Oriorzy of its protector. Truth that I asked, it was foolish of me to think you would just give up your life here in Eorzea. Come, we should return to Morby Dry Docks. The others are waiting. Earlier conversation between us, yes? Yeah, sure. I'm sort of a Kahan. True. It's been such a fine warrior leaves. Still, gotta begrudge you for wishing to return home. Part of me wishes to stay and repay your kindness. Before coming here, I was certain redemption was beyond my reach. Thanks to you and your warriors, I've learned to harness the power of my Karash, and I can return home to show my people the strength that, the strength is a gift, not a curse. Thank you, everyone, for everything. Farewell. She is so small. She, like, comes up to, like, my crotch. Once again, we are indebted to you, Eris. Not only have we eliminated the Mumblejaw threat, we helped Dorgano on her way to reuniting with her people. There's still the remains, the matter of my brother. He would not dare admit it, but I knew the moment he had laid eyes on her. Oh. Whoops. The only love he has ever known is that for the axe and the thrill of battle. In light of the less favorable treatment of him since his defeat here in the Wolves' Den, I fear his love and loathing for her at odds with one another. Unable to get the grasp on his emotions, he's lost touch with his inner beast. He'll be distraught in her absence, to be sure, but as to say, time heals all wounds. All we now is wait and hope he recovers. If anything should happen, you'll be the first to know. He followed her. We're gonna have to go get him back. When I laid eyes on her, he was in love, and therein lies the problem. Yep, there we go. Going the distance? Oh well. He's gone! My brother is gone! Hey, look! I spoke with Wirazan, and his men claimed to have seen a man fitting brother's description boarding a ship heading to the Far East. The love-struck fool, no doubt he's gone off to find Dorgano. As we can state, there's no telling what misfortune may find him there. Would I could go and search for him, but I cannot leave my post here in Limsa. Shames me to ask more of you, but do you think it'd be possible for you to find him? Like, yeah, sure. Bless you, Harris. He was searching for Dorgano, then he's making for the Azim Steppe. The plains are as vast as she claimed. You do well to find the closest settlement. Begin your search there. If the gods are kind, someone will have seen him. He could be getting pegged as we speak! Save troubles, Harris. I pray he has no more. He causes no more trouble than he already has. He could be getting pegged right now, and we'd be powerless to stop it. Harris is like, I don't know if that's a bad thing, dude. Maybe he could use it. Good lord. You bet I am. It's pretty good. It's honestly pretty funny so far. I'm enjoying it. How are you, Kakatar? How's it going? Hey, buddy. Man with a large axe? Have any idea how many brutes with axes come stomping through these parts? Fair. The story had me howling. Same. It got me. Really red-faced Rhodian. Yes, I remember. He was asking about the Querel clan. They haven't lived here in ages. Oh? She swings like a dream. Dragons. God, Azim Step's so cool. I really fell in search of the Querel clan. Took my advice. He's headed due west to search for the settlement, or what's left of it. Oh no! I love the lovable idiots from the Marauders Guide. Oh, they're funny, yeah. They're like, wait, were our disguises that bad? Or do you just not recognize us? And Eris is like, dude, I knew it was you guys. You could only pull this gag so like 8 times before I at least have an idea. It's funny. Milara don't really have any characters, huh? The best one is a dragon in cosplay. Dragon in cosplay? This is the best Stormblood music, don't at me. In the nicest possible way, I mean, why would I at you for that? That's just, like, correct. How are you, Spider? How's it going? Nah, you're like, just right. Though, I do like the Peaks music. The Peaks has good music, too. Doing lovely, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, we're not in the Peaks for very long, but the music's pretty good there. Oh, Tolshan. I forgot about Tolshan. We do need an hour on the Scions. We really do. Or, actually, what if we had another white-haired Elzen? What if we made another white-haired Elzen and put them in the Scions? Take a deep breath of that crisp air. True. Big facts. Big facts. Fringe's nighttime music is also good, for sure. Yeah, I agree. Don't jinx it, Sumi! I will! I'm listening. So yeah, what if we make another white-haired Elzen? And they're like a man, and they're also like a kid. So they're really short, and they have white hair, and they're also Elzen. And they're small. And they're gonna be like 15 for like ever, because we're never gonna like, you know, like we're never gonna say that time passes, even though it's absolutely passing, because events like in the story can't be happening side by side like this. What else? They should definitely use magic. And they should be a DPS. And no other role. Let's see, what else? They should be a Charlian too, and really smart, and that's their whole personality. Yeah. Really, Veecher wants you to just change his homunculus thing into whatever he wants, right? Yeah, Veecher could. That is correct. They're probably an Archon. Yeah, for sure, for sure. They knew Louisois, yeah. Silva, I won't join, but you know I had a white-haired younger brother that I never mentioned before? You miss original flavor alpha no that much, huh? I think we just need 8 more of them. Let me do the Kermit nodding face meme, I'm glad you get the reference, Jigglypuff. I'm glad that you like it. Most of my body language is modeled after memes. I have a problem. And I have early off tonight. Ah, that's awesome. Happy to hear it. The DNA of the soul. True. What else? What else? What else? What else? How's Summer Domination going? Perfect. Having a lovely time. Doing the warrior quest now. Yeah, I'm hoping we get like a new companion. I'm hoping we get a new Scion. For Dola, maybe? Or like, I mean, Zero seems like the most likely candidate. If they don't kill her off, I would be happy with Zero. That would be great. Another melee DPS would be good on the team. We only have one of those, and we just got him. Listen, Zero's a garbage character. You're just saying that to get at me, aren't you? Not gonna work. I could see through that shit. It's not gonna work, friend. I appreciate the jest, but it's not gonna work. I know, I know. Nice try. So yeah, Zero is probably the most likely one. Adding behind that, honestly, for Dola would be really good. I think actually throwing her into the Scions would be really good for her too. That'd be fun for her story. Then aside from that, there's not a lot of other candidates I could think of off the top of my head. So a new sign to follow us out of Endwalker? No, like, no. Like, people talk about, like, the Scion B team like they're important enough to get a main role, and they're just not. Like, it's just not gonna happen. I know that's a joke, though, Grum. You're lovely. You want 0, but they give us 0 instead. Oh, no. We got Graha out of the first, 0 to 13th would be fitting. Oh, it would. It would definitely would be. I think she's easily the most likely candidate. So, like, that would be good. It'd also be something different, right? We'd actually have, like, a character that looks... Their silhouette is fucking different than the other characters. Which would be nice. I'm hoping the 7.0 Scions are international. Mercedia Scions, Bifrost Scions, New World Scions go international. I agree with you, Shade. I think they need a bit more diversity in their group. Like, the most diverse one is probably Estinian, only because he's not like a scholar. He's a warrior. That's his whole thing, right? But even Graha, through his time-traveling mage shenanigans, is still a big nerd. And that's fine. He is a bit more different than the others, but he's still, like, magic nerd. For, like, Y'shtola, magic nerd. Urianger, magic nerd. Alphino, magic nerd. Graha, magic nerd. Alize, magic nerd with a sword. Thancred, survivalist nerd. Still a nerd. Right? Estinian's the only one that's, like, not a nerd. You know what I mean? Kryle, magic nerd. So having 0 as, like, this, like, sort of, like, glower warrior would be very good. That'd be a very nice touch. Also, she's at, like, the appropriate power level to include, you know? So that makes sense. A Rose Scion would be good, too. I'd love a Femro Scion. My wife, Moan Breda. We were so close. We were so close. Let the few previous Scions retire. Yeah. Honestly, I love Thancred, Y'shtola, and Urianger, but I don't need them. Like, I'd be happy to set them aside a little bit. Even Alphino and Alize, I love the twins. They're great, but, like, I could set them aside a little bit. I'd love to see more Estinian and Graha. I'd love to see them some more. Even Kryle, we just don't see a lot of Kryle. But having, like, yeah, a group of, like, fresh faces would be really nice. Even if, like, we reuse some, like, characters from, like, other X-Packs. Again, I'm still pulling for Ferdola. I think that'd be very good. But, I mean, you could probably find characters from other X-Packs, too. Like, honestly. Coming with us would be great. Estinian specialist hasn't been properly with us until Endwalker, for sure. Y'shtola would go and do her research. Thancred and Urianger would go off to open a B&B, for sure. Yeah, they'd go be gay together. I should probably start playing this game so I can understand, like, more than 5% of your stream. Probably. That's okay. How about an expansion with Gaius? Gaius would be a cool addition. I don't think Gaius is gonna happen, but Gaius would be a cool addition. It actually would be. Then he could be like the funky uncle of the Scions who was like, I used to be a bad guy. Whoopsie. Remember when you guys all hated me? Whoops. That'd be funny. I don't think he will, because I think he's gonna stay with Whirlit and, like, the political aspect. I could see an expansion maybe expanding upon Whirlit and him becoming a world leader. That would be interesting. If they would have him. Need more Kryle in 7.0? Did that just come to me in a dream? Yes, and an outfit chain. Yeah. I'd happily take more Kryle, too. I'd love it if Gaius became a Scion. It'd be very funny if he did. Also, very different. I want a Garlean Scion. I want a Garlean Scion so bad. I want a Garlean Scion so fucking bad. Gaius would be cool. Doesn't have to happen. But, like, Maxima, you're a nerd. Get in. No, not Maxima! Why are people so obsessed with him? I guess Julius is there, but, like, I think Julius would stay with the Garleans. Like, I don't think he would come with us. I think he would want to stay in Garlemald. He doesn't seem to be the character that wants to leave, right? Yes, Maxima, why are people obsessed with him? Julius is probably the most likely Garlean, though, unless they introduce us to, like, another Garlean. Which, like, again, I think would be cool. Having a Garlean in the Scions, I think, is a really good idea. I think Maxima, Lucia, and Julius are busy rebuilding Garlemald. So Acai. Yeah, I don't know. Like, even FF14 wouldn't be able to handwave all of Gaius's war crimes? Maybe. I mean, they did a good job of it with Nero. People forget that a lot. He doesn't want to leave, but they're going overseas, getting him to, like, voluntold to go represent Garlemald could happen. And meeting voluntold would make a lot of sense. I feel like that could work. Gonna have a Maxima as appeal is the name? Maxima? Really? I think I still have trust issues to introduce Garlean style at the moment, but maybe if they did the predictable Garlean restoration arc, it might happen after that. Like, I can understand why there'd be too many issues, but like, I think it is a healthy thing to do to have the Garlean, like a Garlean on the Scions. I think that is healthy. Because it's like, the Garlean, like, and again, like, you don't, it doesn't even have to be like Gaius or Julius or whatever, like, it could be a completely different person, right? My original thought would have been, it would have been really cool to have like a Garlean Reaper on the Scions. Have some like Lady Garlean Reaper that joins up with them. Like, that would be really cool. It'd be really healthy to have some people whose world perspective is not just Sharlayan or Eorzean, right? Like, even by that measure, like, a Doman or somebody just not from Eorzea, even maybe somebody from Alamigo would be good. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, Frodola's right there. But, like, just having not the same fucking group of people, I think would be really healthy. I think that's one of the reasons they feel so samey. They're all nerds, because they're all fucking Sharlayans, with the exception of, Estinian. Unretire Yaguri! Get a new monk! Yaguri would be good. Like, Yaguri would work. But just not having the same damn perspectives would be really good. Like, the ways you create in writing good group dynamics is by having a breadth and a diversity of characters. And unfortunately, the Scions they don't necessarily have a good group dynamic because they're not really a diverse group. And by like good group dynamic, I don't mean that they don't work well together. They do work well together, but they're not terribly interesting in like this vacuum of them interacting with each other. There is like a level of entertainment to like how well they know each other and their history. That's kind of fun. But they're more of like a group where things happen to them versus them happening to things. Does that make sense? Which is why they're just not very interesting in a vacuum. You know, we love them as characters and we love seeing them interact because, you know, we're attached. But like nobody's like quirky enough or diverse enough or unique enough to really like make the group shift and wibble and wobble in like fun ways, right? Estinian's kind of the exception again. And you see that when Estinian's very dumb, like when he's like stupid, even though he's got, you know, good reasons for that. That shakes things up because it's different, you know? It's not just like, you know, it wouldn't make any sense if like Thancred or Urianger were bad with money. Makes sense for Estinian, and it's fun to see Thancred and Urianger react to Estinian being bad with money, right? Like, it's a fun interaction, and we just don't get that very often because all the characters are just so similar. You know. You can maybe argue Alizé's personality is a bit different than some of them. That's why she adds kind of a fun element to it. For Dolan and Gosetsu could be an interesting dynamic. They would be interesting characters. I think Gosetsu's going to stay in retirement, but, I mean, it would be interesting. Also, very different types of characters. Very different types of characters. That's interesting, too. Again, not just the same people. Thancred and Urianger feel like their character arcs are finished. I don't see any loose ends remaining for either. I agree with you, yeah. I feel like they could retire, and that would be okay. Right? Have Gosetsu come in as a white mage to replace Urianger as a healer, and have Fredola come in as a dark knight to replace Thancred as a tank. Boom. that is already a more interesting group. Like, that is already more of an interesting group. I'm shocked Thancred is alive too. Yeah, honestly, thought he was gonna die in Shadowbringers. Gosetsu would probably be really good for Ferdola too. Oh, he would. He definitely would. And then you could tragically kill Gosetsu off. Let's see. I feel like 3 different outs and keeps coming back. True. Honestly, like Reen and Gaia, if we could get them as characters, would be very cool in the Scions as well. Very unique again. That would be very unique too. That probably won't happen because they're probably gonna stay in the source. But if we could get both of them, that would be really cool. Then you could have like Reen as a gunbreaker and maybe Gaia as like, I know, like a you know, Geomancer healer or something. Or like a melee DPS or something. Leave Grandpa alone, he's been through enough. More. Yeah, no, we should leave him alone. He's a good boy. Warrior variant. Harry could become a warrior because hammer. Yeah, no, I mean, sure. Then you have 2 tanks. You have the lady tanks, which is Reen and Gaia. But like, I don't know. You know, if we could get them, they would be a good addition because again, they're fucking different. Like, what other characters? It's hard to find characters that aren't like bogged down in the story some other way. Is Reen a ninja? I mean, Reen was a ninja, but Thancred gave her his gunblade. Yeah, like the problem is at the end of the Eden arc, she gets a gunblade and she uses it in Eden. So like, she was a ninja or like a rogue, I guess, but she now has a gunblade. And, like, if she doesn't use it in combat, like, going forward, if she's in anything, then I don't know why they gave it to her to begin with. No, aside from that, I just can't think of many other characters that would be eligible. Like Reen, Gaia, Gosetsu maybe, Yaguri maybe, but she's probably gonna stay in Doma. Ferdola, I think Ferdola's a good pick. This is again including Zero, like we're just including Zero by default. Maybe Julius? There's like not a lot of options out of like existing characters. They could make new characters, and I guess that would be fine, but not a lot otherwise. I mean, the whole reason we're going to the Void is to find a way to connect the shards. Reen and Gaia aren't out entirely. Not Erinville, he's not a fighter. That is a good point, Nomad. That is a good point. They could, and they said something about how like Gaia and Reen's story isn't done, so they could do that, yeah. If we start shard hopping, you can alternate versions of existing characters. Oh god. Real talk, not trying to rile folks up because I want to see perspective. What character does Zero have behind being pretty goth? Are you actually serious about her being a bad character? Like, real talk, she's a phenomenal character. She's very good. She has a personality beyond being a pretty goth because her personality beyond that is the type of a person who's been traumatized by existences upon existences of trauma and destruction, and her learning to be a person again. She's literally a character that represents the, like, overcoming trauma and overcoming one's own hardships to become a, maybe not better, but a happier, maybe not even happier, but a more content person that's able to live in the world and operate. Her character's transactional as well. She's entirely give and take, for sure. She's very unique in how Zero does not want to help. She does not really give a shit about the grander solution. She's extremely mercenary, yes. That's extremely different than all of the Scions. She's not inherently a good person, which makes her unique. She's a very neutral character in how she operates. Again, extremely unique for the Scions. Very good for the dynamic. She serves as a view into the Void Sent culture, for sure. She's a portal that we can look through, a window that we can look through into a culture that is entirely alien and entirely different from our own, and provide a perspective that is entirely different from our own as well. She's a very good character. She's a more subtle character, that's certainly true. She's not a very emotive, but I would even argue that is unique. The Scions, as they stand, are a fairly emotional group. There is a lot of emotion. Look at Alphino, look at Alize, look at, like, Urianger, even Y'shtola. Her emotion's usually annoyed, but it's something, right? Graha is incredibly emotional. Even Estinian, who tries his best to be stern, has a lot of, like, emotion behind him, and she doesn't, and that's unique. She's also a woman with a melee weapon and a woman who does not conform to the archetypical standards of femininity, which is very cool. Oh my god, that is different. That is something different in this game. Such a different take for her design, for who she is as a character, to not be performing these very stereotypical beauty aspects. Like, legit. Yeah, and the Scions, Estania included, are very wordy, and she is not. Appreciate the perspective, though I don't know if I can embrace it personally since she doesn't see any of her experiences as traumas. Isn't that normal? Like, that's what happens when you're traumatized for the most part. Like, yeah, no, Grum, you're 100% right. Like, a big part of being traumatized, for at least many people, is not recognizing that you're traumatized. You do what you need to survive, and she's very much a survivalist character. Zero is primed to go through a lot of character growth. She has a lot of directions she can go. There's so much potential in her character, because I could very well see if she becomes a Scion, she eventually kind of has an almost existential crisis or breakdown when she realizes that she can, like, finally, like, let her guard down. She can finally let her guard down and just relax. Like, she's one of those types of characters that just, like, I mean, it would be very interesting to see that happen. I don't know if they kind of have that nuance at the ready. I mean, do you like Estinian or Graha? She's gonna break in half at some point, I'm sure. Yeah. Because, like, those are good examples. Alphino, actually, is a good example. Goes through not the same sort of stuff, but through similarly nuanced arcs, I'd say. Estinian and Alphino in particular, I'd probably say. Graha a little bit too. Maybe not so much Thancred. Besides, even if we were talking about her character from objectively, the fact that she is as popular and has made as big of a splash as she has in one patch, I don't think is enough to disqualify her from being a bad character. We're just getting to know her. You can't really say she's bad because we barely have... the story's not finished, quite frankly. The story's not finished, and we've seen what could be a percentage of her story. This could be 1% of her story. Or it could be 50%. We don't know yet, right? But you can't really call her a bad character when she just got introduced. Nothing super crazy has happened yet because we have to work up to that point, right? I mean, I'll be honest. Urianger was a bad character up until Shadowbringers, pretty much, right? Until we actually got to see more of him. I don't know if I would call him a bad character as much as he was very in the background, very much a wallflower. But, like, you know, he had a lot of potential, so you can't necessarily disqualify him, and you certainly can't disqualify him until you see see him progress, right? You're allowed to have the impression. You called her a garbage character. Those were your exact words. That's what you said. So. I mean, in fairness, obviously not every character has to connect with you. Oh yeah, Y'shtola's a great example. Y'shtola's had 0 character development for like 4 X packs. 4. She has like latent capacity for kindness that'd be amazing to explore, correct. Anyway, what I was saying is, you don't have to like a character. That's completely okay. If a character doesn't resonate with you, that's completely fine. But the ways that we express and what we don't connect with things is important. If, you know, your favorite character in the world is, what's a good example? Like Alphino. Say your favorite character in the world is Alphino. It's okay if somebody were to come along and say, oh, I'm not as big of a fan as Alphino. I just didn't really connect to his character arc. I think he's okay. He's just kind of not for me, right? That's very different than calling Alphino a garbage character or a bad character, especially when people are talking positively in conversation already about that character. Clearly means they like that sort of character, and while it's okay to disagree, and it's certainly okay to not have the same opinion, the ways that which we express those opinions is very important. I'm not trying to scold anyone, I just think that's important for me to say. Because especially over Twitch chat, it's not a perfect medium of communication, right? I think we can all acknowledge that. Sort of this like one-way sort of text speech method is not perfect, right? So it can be harder to pick up jokes or sarcasm or things like that, or just like other nuances of conversation, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, I know. I just think that's important to say. We as gamers, I talk about this a lot. We as gamers, but also people on the internet, use very aggressive and blunt terms to get our point across that are not necessarily healthy for communication. And ones you wouldn't necessarily even use in like a regular conversation with somebody. You know, we say this game is garbage, this game is trash, this game is so bad, it's the worst game ever. And those are really just exaggerations. I mean, most of the time, people just mean they don't like that game. It doesn't mean the game is bad, it just means they don't like it. There's a difference between those two things, right? This thing is either the best or the worst thing ever, correct, right? So, there's nothing wrong with not liking something, there's nothing wrong. Hyperbole is what you're looking for? Sure, yeah. Like, there's nothing wrong with not liking or liking things, but, you know, you don't have to rag on stuff that other people like. You can just say you don't. It's just not your thing. You know, so that's not meant to be, I'm not trying to scold anyone. I just think that's important to say. Especially when we talk about, like, characters and stuff, right? Nothing wrong with that. Anyway, yeah. I want new Scions. I want better Scions. I really do. Like, I love the Scions as they stand, but having a more diverse group would be really nice. I think it would work really well. Y'shtola, I believe, is not actually 23. I think Y'shtola is actually like 29. She lies about her age, though. I think that's the case. If we're talking about Y'shtola. Yeah, her younger sister is older. Yeah, I think Yamitra is like 26 or something. Is one of those I'm Forever 17 kind of characters? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Her younger sister's like 25. Yeah, yeah. So like, having Y'shtola development in these patches has been pretty fucking awesome. I'll definitely say that. Why is my phone vibrating? Oh. Yeah. That was a good conversation though, guys. Good job. I like that. I like those kinds of conversations. Like, wait, Dorgado's people are under attack. Come, we have to help them. As a development, it's her doing research, which is what she does anyway. I mean, it's at bare minimum screen time, and that's better than nothing. Oh, this is gonna get sad, isn't it? Oh, Gorge, don't be an idiot. Eris, you've come. Hope is not yet lost. Though I fail to see why you chose to bring in the worm. Worm? Why, you... Oh, could you just tell us what happened here? Corel settlement was attacked, but I was too late. This is all that there was to be seen when I arrived. You needn't worry, though. They escaped. I managed to track them back to Reunion. On finding them, however, I was greeted with looks of fear and disgust. They'd only suffered me long enough to explain that the will of Karash is to blame for their woes. The exiles of the Corel have created a claim of their own. Chagan. They offered me shelter when I was first cast out. The Corel see the will of Karash as a source of wrack and ruin. Chagan praised it as a blessing of the Duskweather. They commit all manner of heinous acts which the Karash takes hold. Some would even slay their own kin and claim it in the name of the mother. I cannot abide in their savagery and soon left. Still, my people mistook me for one of the Chagan now. After all that work, all that training, they would deny me. Can I give up? I will avenge my people and earn their trust. Opponents are warriors who freely indulge in their inner beasts. You do not stand a chance alone. I will help you. I have no need of your aid, Worm. You're only getting in the way with your wriggling and writhing. Lamau. Eris is a proven axe. On the other hand, would be welcome. What say you? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Your presence alone is worth 100 warriors. Eris has proven her ass. She does have a legendary ass, I agree. Hey, with me at your side, that's another 100 at your disposal. Dealing with the Chagan should be easy as child's play. She just groaned. I love her. Do as you like. I only ask that you don't slow us down. Now return to Reunion and rest. The Chagan have grown careless, and should prove easy for me to track. When the time comes, I expect you to be ready, Curious Gorge. Right, you can count on me. I shall not be ere long, heirs. Soon we will put an end to their madness. Woman is insufferable. She's arrogant, rude, pig-headed. And she finally called me by name. She's also right. Battle against the Chagan would only be follow my present condition. Let's return to Reunion. That's Eorzea's ass. True. God, I love her. Eris got kind of a booty though. She kind of caked up, you know? But I mean, at least proportionally speaking, she does have a big butt. Because she has to, she's ephemeral. They're going the distance. They're going for speed. What? I speak plain. Why exactly are you here? Like, oh, you know, bringing you back. Or the worries about me, does he? Seems I've made good company of trouble recent days. Since I was bested by Dorgano on the pier, everyone has gone wrong. And your beast remains dormant in my ability to fight alongside it. These are moments where my blood quickens. I dare to hope that the inner beast would awaken, only to find myself racked by visions of Dorgano and my strength abandoning me. I'm sorry, the sexy warrior lady is too good. She's too sexy. I know not what goes inside me, not know how to conquer it. I knew that only if I followed Dorgano. What in heaven's name is wrong with me? Also, my penis keeps going erect. I don't know what it means. Think you're in love with Dorgano? Oh, I was hoping you'd offer me console, not cruel jests. In any case, the problem is my burden. Will not be solved by thrusting it upon others. Ready for battle, it must be solved quickly. I'm a warrior, I have no idea how to use a spear. What do I do? It's okay, she'll teach you. She has her own that she can use on you. It's for practice. Look, I'm just saying, I feel like Azim Step ladies are basically just female hyenas. Keep you any longer, Eris. Do what you must to prepare, and I shall do the same. On the step, it's peg or be pegged. True. Oh, Berserk Mastery. Upgrades Berserk to inner release. Oh, that's the good one, right? Here's Gorda seems unsurprisingly calm and collected. Timing is impeccable as always. I have task well suited for a woman of your many talents. There from training, I'm taken to working with my merchants here at a reunion. I was recently venturing in the delivery of horses. I have to take a pair of horses up north today. I feel at ease knowing there was a rider in both saddles. Maybe the sprightly fellow over there, she's if you're fit to ride. Make from old Isle, and I'll meet you there. Oh. Boop. Hello, mirthful merchant. Yes, your horse is right up here. Safe travels, friend. Nay, motherfucker. Why are they so slow? They're so slow. Boop. God, this is slow. Oh my god. Culture of steppe nomads, there's very little horses. I mean, they do have horses. They're kind of funny looking horses, though. Maybe that's just because we're so used to chocobos. You know, like... I don't know, man. Also, I'm riding this horse like bareback right now. Eris's cooch has to be suffering like this. Oh, there you are. Your recaller of the primal mounts. Yeah. Is that the burly looking fellow over there with you? Yep. Hey, Curious. My boy Gorge. Oh, there you are. Was that not invigorating? The feeling of fresh air on your face, wind blowing through your hair. Afraid of the strength to fight. I haven't given much time to drink in the beauty of these lands. Much time to think. As I was old enough to hold an axe, the path of war is all I'd ever known. The pursuit of ever greater strength my only purpose. I realize now how narrow my view of the world was. Convinced my defeat at Wolf's Den was the reason Dorgano has been constantly on my mind, and wounded pride served only to further cloud my judgment. Now I can see clearly. The clouds are gone, and I finally understand why Dorgano has vexed me so. I love her, Eris. From the moment I laid eyes on her, she had home-ganged my heart! That's an expression to use. Hey, if any of y'all ever have like a partner who plays Final Fantasy, specifically if they're like a tank main, you really should use this line. Be like, oh honey, you home-ganged my heart. That's great. Somebody please use this. Somebody please. That's a great line, oh my god. Overwhelmed with these feelings, there's little wonder she trounced me so at the Wolf's Den Pier. And once more I'm a master of my emotions. Already I can feel my inner beast has reawakened. I'm to regain my full strength. There's only one thing left to do. Profess my love to Dorgano, and in doing so rid myself of my lingering doubts that may still inhabit the inner beast. Let's return to town. Hopefully there'll be enough time before she arrives to think of what to say. Yeah, sure, buddy. There's actually a fate chain about the horse Azalea clan. Oh, is there? Wilbur. He didn't even see. Wait, I'm going the wrong direction. Fuck. Shit. Test of your reflexes. You super have elided my heart. Every time I look at you, you make me flare. Harris, thank goodness you're here. Every time I look for those powdery blue eyes of her, I lose all train of thought. Now that they are here, perhaps I can muster the courage to... Dragano, what is wrong with you? There's no time for your drivel. Dragon mean to strike again. I've always been prone to violence, but I fear my recent attack on the quarrel. I've given them a taste for pillaging. They mean to attack Mole Isle next. Oh no. Quickly, you must stop them before they can reach town. Not at all. I was again distracted by the quiver of her come-hither lip. No! Don't say it like that! I'm embarrassed to admit it, but love proves to be more terrifying than any foe. This fear must be struck out of me, literally. I want you to slap me as hard as you can, Eris. Crack your battle-hardened palm across my face. Slap me so hard my heart skips a beat from the shock of it. I like to think you as a warrior of light hit him so hard he like flies into a wall. That's like, that'd be perfectly comedic, right? Bitch. Oh, damn, that starts. I didn't know my heart might have stopped altogether. Like, yeah, you literally just like meteor him across the step. The fear of one gripped my heart. No more. Come, Eris. Dragona must know for the love of her. I will shout it from the mountaintops if I have to. All right, buddy. Good luck. This is great, though. I love these two. They're great. But he's such a glorious derp. He's such an idiot. I love him. Like, best part of the warrior quest line. All the other warrior quests kind of suck, but this one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. I like it. Also, guys, look, Eris on Monkey. Look at her, she looks so polite. Monkey. Holding out for a himbo. She got her close, overcoming their forces will be no easy task, but must be especially careful of their leader, Nyaga. He's able to wield the power of Crash to its fullest. Taps into the strength, he's nigh unbeatable. With a combined might, we might have a chance. Speaking of which, Curious Gorge, are you well enough to fight? Fare that well, for I'm in love with you! I love you, Torgado, I love you! What are you doing, you witless worm? Keep your voice down! Baka? Your bellowing has given us away! Oh no. He's shirtless! These guys all squat up and cross their arms at us? What the hell? They're just like... all taking the exact same... they look the same! And then he's like naked! What's going on? This is a lot. What have you here? Dorgado, you have some nerve showing your face here again. If you value your life, you'll crawl back to whatever hole you came out of. Never. What you've done to Querl, your own people, is unforgivable. I'll not allow you to ruin being to such ruins others, but I was too weak before, but thanks to these warriors, the power of Crash is now at my beck and call. I have the strength to put an end to you. What we do in the name of the Dusk Mother. If you defy her will, there's only one punishment fit for such heresy. Oh god. Oh Nama, goddess of the dusk, hear me. Grant us the strength to spite our enemies. For one glorious moment, let blood be spilled her, slake your unquenchable thirst. Oh no, they all have red eyes. I was expecting them to start snapping, yes. Eris, Curious Gorge, prepare yourselves. Leave it to me, my sweet vixen. I will show them what it truly means to unleash one's inner beast. Don't pop a boner right now, dude. Oh my god. Gorgano Blue Blade, oh. Good lord. These goobers. Oh, she's gonna explode him now. Nice. Damn, Dorgano's strong. Got all these crazy moves as we kick circle the fuck out of this guy. Oh, he's attacking me now. Oh, come on. Why is he parrying everything? That's dumb. Gotta keep hitting him though. And my axe is yours. Are they gonna use the power of love? Dark Knight Quests Part 2? Fuck yeah. Oh, he's got like a ball of hearts! Oh my god. Oh no, mammoths! Oh god. I'm assisting my lady love. Eris, you must stop them. Don't call her your lady love, dude, that's weird. Why, how is he summoning mammoths? Who gave him mammoth powers? God, this is so fucking funny that he's shooting hearts and she's shooting fireballs. Need me a woman like that. Why can he shoot a rocket? How does he do that? Oh my god. Curious Gorge, what the fuck? Oh shit. Oh, they just limit broke. Oh god! He got obliterated, holy shit! No, he's mine. No, he's mine. God. Oh my god, that's so many fell cleaves. God, these two. Hey, we got him! He's just a hunk of burning love. He really is. We did it. The Chagan have been brought to heel. Perhaps now I can finally return home. That's quite the display, Curious Gorge. The worm has last showed himself a warrior. Uh-oh. Crosses his arms at her. Curious Gorge? Gah! No, she's gonna fall in love now! Oh my god. It's over. We have won. You needn't prove yourself to me any longer. You've always been so strong, so caring. I know I was mean to you before, but in truth, I love you, Curious Gorge. This kills the man. Oh, he just dies. Poor guy. She's fanning herself. Eris is like, what the fuck? Oh well, also that ends well. God, how wild do you think their sex is? Like, what absolute insane tantric sex do they have? Like, you know, she's also like, goes up to his fucking knee. Like, she barely hits his hip. She's tiny. There's the things I do for love. Forgive me, I only thought for a moment. It seems my inner beast got the better of me again. So what if it did? The Chagan has been defeated. I owe it all to the two of you. The Coral hear of this, they are sure to welcome me back with open arms. I share with them all that I've learned of controlling the will of Crash, and I will do it with you. Come away with me, Curious Gorge, and together we can start anew with the Coral. How long have I waited to hear those words? It sadly must decline. Well, sure we defeated the Chagan, I can't dismiss the fact that I succumbed to my inner beast. If I had turned on you when you needed me most, I could never forgive myself. Man who lacks such self-discipline is undeserving of a wonderful woman such as you. I must continue my training and master my inner beast to become the realm's greatest, well, the second greatest warrior. When that day comes, I will find you. Second, surely you mean third. The honor of being the realm's second greatest warrior is mine, and I doubt you'll ever surpass me. Just you wait and see, I'll rope those horns out that pretty little head of yours and... That's a weird way to flirt, guys. Well, you can certainly try. I'll gladly fight to keep my title, and I can think of no better challenger. Until then, take care of yourself. Aww. Oh, it's so cute. Aww. Love. Step women, am I right? Step women. True. Scarcely believe you overcame that monster, Nayaga, on your own. Elrom's warrior is rightfully yours, but never forget, you should you slack for even a moment, I'll be there to take it from you. I suppose for days' exertion, we both earn a moment's respite. Let's return home. I yearn for the shores of Limsa. My brother is no doubt sick with worry besides. Gorge, I went into space. Gorge, I fought the embodiment of nihilism on the edge of the universe. Like, sorry, buddy. Mm-mm. God. What a great game. Then punch Xenos. I feel like that was a greater accomplishment. Punching Xenos was great. You know, that's the funny thing. If this is happening to Eris and Stormblood, she'd be like, I really don't understand you two. This is some weird foreplay. Eris post Endwalker would be like, fuck, I understand them completely now. Damn it. Like, that battle of Xenos, that was just foreplay. I see your brother nothing but grief. I mean to apologize, but I feel not like what I have to say. Allows me to see you both return hale and whole. Once more, my brother's inner beast burns fiercely within him. From what he's told me, Dorgano has last been reunited with her people. Versus the East were not without trouble, though, much of which could have been avoided if not for my failings. I know you wish for me to resume leading the Maelstrom's warriors, brother, but I'm unworthy of the role. I myself am needed in training, and that is why I would dedicate myself to honing my skills, that I might someday be worthy of the position again. I expect you might say as much. Very well then. If you truly believe this is the best, I won't stop you. Find your own path. When you are ready, I'm sure will lead lead back to us someday. Thank you, brother. Must be off to Hidden Falls. There's much to do, however, to match Eris or Dorgano. He's gonna keep smacking a waterfall. Alright. Sometimes wonder if he'll ever be satisfied. But I confess I admire his forever. And you've inspired me to reach new heights and have every confidence he will emerge from his training a new man. Nevertheless, with that we look to you for aid should we find ourselves on hard times. Yeah. My inner beast. Meme ability unlocked. Woo! Eris Angie. Or is there some papers she's got there? Damn. Nice. That's great. I love that for her. Yay, we did it. We finally did the warrior quest like I said I would, like a million times. That was good. Those are good quests. I like them. They were the best warrior ones by far. For sure. I still like my Black Mage and Dark Knight quests better, but these were pretty good. Only the other warrior quests were good. And probably the Paladin ones too. I'm scared to play Paladin. I really am scared to try Paladin one of these days. I feel like it's just gonna make me sad, you know? Better than the Paladin quests, I guess. Oh, come on, mouse. There we go. I mean, I guess by, like, the Vegas of definitions, yeah. You know? Look, the Paladin crew, the Paladin job is a job I love. The Gladiator crew, I love. Paladin crew could go die in a fire. Yikes. Stormblood Monk quests are pretty good. Massive blasted plot point that was left hanging in the final mission. Yeah, I mean, the monk, I like the monk quests. I've always liked them. Oh, hi, Kiki. I've always liked them. I've always found them to be pretty fun. Come on, mouse. Razor Synapse is hating me right now. I've always liked them, but they're really good. But Kiki, thank you so much for the raid. I'll super duper appreciate it. Very kind of you. Hi, Math, how are you? Very poggers, check Kiki out. This is a threat. Hello, what's up? What are we up to? Paladin's a fun job, but man, do their quest lines suck. Yeah. That's what I've been told. I'm kind of scared to start their quests. Transistor. Oh, how's Transistor? Permanent arc isn't bad, but it's nothing to do with being a paladin. Well, finished. Ah, so good. Good, good. Hi, Jaya. Hi, Music Man.
Also coming from Kiki's stream, but this popped up so I am doing it.
Kind of poggers. Thank you so much for the 23 months. Did you know that 10 plus 13 is equals 23, which is 7 months you've been subscribed for? That's kind of poggers. Appreciate it. Very kind of you. I did not like the ending. Oh, rough. I'm sorry. I've heard it's a pretty good game, generally speaking, but I'm sorry. Sorry the ending fell flat. Island quests aren't bad as much as they're totally forgettable, but maybe I've just forgotten something. That's fair. Like I said, I did forget like all of the warrior quests before Stormblood, right? The level 80 Paladin quest ignores the Paladin quest line? That's a good thing, yeah? Paladin's pretty forgettable. Hi, Aspen. Okay. I mean, I can see that. I hear good things about the class, at least. So, like, right. I'll probably end up liking it. Generally speaking, I like tanks. I think they're fun. Like 90%, 99% of it, but gosh, the ending. Ah, really? I'm sorry, Kiki. I hate it when a game's like really good and then the ending just kind of just like falls flat like that. It really leaves like a sour taste in your mouth. I'm sorry. I too come from Kiki's stream. Oh man, nice. Yeah, that's a bummer. I kind of like... I can't say I feel that way about Yakuza 0, but I feel like half of Yakuza 0's ending. I feel that way about it. Same kind of thing. Like, I will still stand by, no matter how many angry YouTube comments I get, I will still stand by the fact that I did not like Majima's ending. Kiru's, I thought was great. But Majima's, I was like, Majima's. I was like, So, yeah, I get you. I'm sorry. That's a bummer. It's a super giant game, too. I mean, usually do a really good job. Fun to play and begs you to get good enough to use the rotation perfectly under any circumstance, but there's like no payoff unlike other jobs, like being a cracked BLM. And I'm already a cracked BLM, so... Hopefully the rework doesn't butcher it. That's right, it's getting a rework, isn't it? Like it and Dragoon, right? I was gonna recommend Transistor to you because literally everything about it I think you would enjoy. And you would be able to finish it in like 2 streams max. But I don't know how you'd react to the ending the same way. That might be worth a shot. I think I actually own it. I think I already own it. Might be worth a shot. Just to try it. And if it's a short game, I guess no harm, no foul. The Paladin questline is just like a Wonder Bread in comparison. That's fair. That's fair. You don't Bastion and Transistor on sale very cheaply. I think I have all of Supergiant's games. I think I have their whole catalog. I can check that, but I'm like 90% sure I do. there it is. I see, says the blind woman. Yep. Nope, I see it. Yeah, I got them both. I got them like all. Something that just comes up in the game. I'll hit you up if I do end up playing it. I have no idea if I'm gonna actually end up playing it, but I will hit you up if I do. Oh yeah, that's right. Astrologian are getting changes too. Sad Star Mage noises. I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, like Astrologian, Dragoon, Paladin are getting changes, but Paladins are first apparently. They're not really classes I play. I guess I kind of play Dragoon, but Reaper's like my main. But like main like melee quest or melee. You know what I mean? But you know, other than that, like I just don't pay a ton of attention to them. Oh, I know who we can raid. Warrior quests were great. The Stormblood warrior quests are excellent, just like how Stormblood is excellent. But no, they were legitimately really good. They were legitimately very, very good. Very funny, very silly, short and sweet to the point, right? Legitimately love them. They were great. What the other warrior quests should have been. Damn, those were bad. But the Stormblood one's pretty good. Very funny, very silly. Like them a lot. Yeah, Astrologian was my main healer, but then I took Sage. And Dragoon was my main melee, but then I took Reaper. So like, your girl's good. Nobody's getting reworked. I'm doing great. I hope it goes well for the rest of y'all though, because yeah. Yeah. Maybe I guess I just play classes that don't need to get reworked. Oh yeah, Paladin rework. Yeah. Godspeed. To all y'all who are dealing with that. Dealing with your classes getting reworked. I will continue to sit on Black Mage, which will probably never change. End up hitting the reworker, might switch Dark Knight. Dark Knight good. Dark Knight very good. Ashe and Paladin have too many button syndrome, so they kind of need it, but still. That's fair. I've heard that a lot. Dragoon has a lot of buttons too. So like I've heard that a fair bit, just to cut down on button bloat. Definitely don't blame them. Anyway. We are going to get a hashtag raid going. And we're going to go say hello to Todd. For those of you that did not hear, he was in he had a stroke, and got sent to the hospital. So, you know, yeah, no, he had a stroke. It was really bad. He's okay now though, but like he was in the hospital for like a week. So let's stop in and say hello. He's a nice guy. He's like a chill, like older dude, like older raid dad in the community, and that's like, you know, it's good to have him around. And I always like him. I always like his streams. Good guy. But feel free to say hello, say something nice. So I think this is his first stream actually from getting out of the hospital. As for tomorrow, there is no stream planned as of right now. If the weather is bad enough though, I will probably be streaming, because I will probably just not leave my house. And I'll probably be playing more Persona 5, so I will make an announcement about that as soon as I know. I do technically work tomorrow, because yeah. But if I'm not, because the weather is going to fucking kill me, then I'll stay home. Other than that, my socials are there. That's the raid sign. I love you guys. If I see you tomorrow, I'll see you tomorrow. If I don't see you tomorrow around 4, then you'll have a good day. Be safe if you're in the blizzard zone. Be safe. I love you all. I'll see you later. Goodbye.